Mazin, test, 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 Mazin. So there's a 10-second delay. I walked out there and he was like, it didn't go off. And then as I'm talking about Mazin, it's like test, test, Mazin, test. She's crazy. She's a crazy lady. September 3rd already. 11.
I missed the queue. They just told me I missed it.
Excuse me.
You missed what?
I missed the memo.
Memo.
No, just that they're getting rid of the pump station.
Like, Andrew, everything.
No, but you can ask any questions. Questions are okay. No, no, they're
Yeah, it's
in
just
the end,
informational only.
vote. We have to
Okay,
have it.
that's fine. That's how I.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it, too.
No, no. I mean, I think it helps.
Like it has
it's a
no
way to
true
build.
impact on cities. Yeah, it's a big
It's
beaver.
actually a smaller crowd. Chief, if you
Yeah.
I have too many. I don't know how the whole night.
as long as we're able to, as long as we're able to adjourn and continue, right? Actually, maybe they won't show up.
Yeah. Close by our ears. I think this one's gonna be long too. The 1-0. Yeah.
Well, they'll probably have people for the, I imagine that the other land development plan would have a number of people to present. When you, well, I asked for that. Oh no, I have no idea. They're the ones who have to answer these questions. Yeah. You know what? Gee. Get myself more comfortable.
You leaving? I don't know what that means.
Getting out of here already.
No, you're good. You don't get excited. You pipe up and you send that to them. Where's his place? Where to get that stuff? Torpedo in your. You still got your raft and all that out. It's not up in the mud.
No, we're
You're in good shape.
we gotta be 30 feet out of the water. And the water's only that deep, that far out. So it's a little scary. I'm a little scared to take the boat.
I think there'll be some rain.
I'm ready.
Yeah, supposed to be able-
Good evening. Even better. Good evening. This is a meeting of the Easton Planning Commission here in City Council chambers on September 3rd, 2025. We'll begin with a roll call, please.
Mr. Shipman.
Here.
Mr. Hammond.
Here.
Mr. Graziano.
Here.
Dr. Green.
Here.
Mr. Etchison.
Here.
Ms. Wagner.
We have an agenda which includes a plan update from Sheridan Drive Pump Station elimination. That's information only. Special exception for a library at 394 West Berwick Street. Special exception land development for a 7-story mixed-use building at 101 South 3rd Street. And deliberations on the 1525 Wood Avenue application. Are there any changes?
No.
Okay. We have a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Go ahead.
Shouldn't number 8 be hearing?
So do we revise number 8 to a hearing?
Yeah, it was a hearing rebuttal that was sent to you guys and it was put on the website. Sorry.
Okay. I don't remember seeing the update. So it's hearing a rebuttal on the 1525 Wood Avenue application. Okay. Given that change, Mr. Etchison, you're still approve?
Yes.
Mr. Shipman?
Yes.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next would be the approval of minutes of the August 6th meeting. Does anyone have additions or corrections? Hearing none. Can I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Mr. Graziano, second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now we have privilege of the floor. This is the opportunity for anybody from the audience to come and speak with the commission on anything that is not on the agenda. Seeing none, we will move to our first item, the information only on the Act 537 plan update for the Sheridan Drive Pump Station elimination. or is it something to read?
Not really. It's just that Palmer Township, the director, Craig Beaver, sent this over to us, and they said that, for the planning commissioners, that I provided you the letter, they provided us, and then I provided you the plan update. It's for the elimination of the pump station and the extension of the sewer connection to the Bethlehem area. But since it joins neighboring properties, they had to be notified. And I believe Joel was going to put a resolution out to council with that they provided us.
Yeah, even though this is not even located in the city of Easton, the regulations are that they're supposed to provide copies not only to council but to planning commission, so that to technically oblige, we've put it in the package.
Mhm.
All right, that's it? No action required?
No.
Okay. All right, then we'll move on to, any questions from commissioners? No. All right, then we'll move on to the special exception for a library at 394 West Berwick Street.
The applicant, Sandra Riley, proposes to establish an educational service, a library use, in a currently vacant commercial building at 394 West Berwick Street. The previous use at this location consisted of a bank. The property is located in the Southside Zoning District, Block Class B, where the proposed library use is not permitted per Article 59560. I think I did that wrong. However, the property is also located in the street corner enhancement overlay district where the educational uses are permitted by special exception per 59525C16. The proposed educational service use is permitted by special exception in the street corner overlay zoning district. The proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan objective 1.3A, which prioritizes revitalization of vacant buildings throughout the city. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission make a recommendation to the Zoning Hearing Board for granting the special exception request to Sandra Riley for an educational service use at 394 West Berwick Street.
Is the applicant here?
See a hand.
Oh, here you are. Is there anything that you would like to add and share beyond what the staff has already said? Would you come on up front? Thank you, Ms. Riley.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sandra Riley. I have been a teacher for over 35 years. I just retired July 1st.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And my teaching has been on South Side. And I've always taught and educated underprivileged children inclusively. And one of the things that I have found is that South Side has not had a library in over 10 years. It was closed May of 2015. So this is a public community library. It's not part of the city of Easton. I figured maybe they don't have the money. That's why they took it out of South Side. So it is a nonprofit. I have my EIN number, but it's also what I consider underserved. We have a new school rebuilt, Cheston. The projects, quote unquote, Delaware Terrace is now Neston Heights. We have the Silk, which is low-income housing, and they're building others. So it is definitely a need. And our children in Pennsylvania, very low when it comes to reading and literacy, and one of my fortes. So I thought this would be an excellent opportunity to, after I retired, it's been something I've been wanting to do for a long time, to offer to the community. I just want to tell you a story. Yesterday I was over that way and I drove through, I do it from time to time, affirmation, and there was two teenagers sitting on the outside part. So I pulled up and I said, hey, how you guys do? What you doing? The young girl said, homework. I said, yeah, right. So I walk over, she's on her laptop, she's doing math, and she shows me the problem, and I said, you having a problem with it? She's like, yeah, and I did it in my head. So I said to her, I said, well, you know this building you're sitting next to? So I want to make it into a library. She's like, you are? Are you going to have Wi-Fi? Are you going to have internet? Are you going to have computers? I said, yes, I'm going to have all that. I said, you'll have that access and you won't have to sit outside. So there's a need there. So that's what I'm going to try to do. And my investment, I have to write grants, beg, borrow, and steal, if anybody's interested. And I decided to use my entire retirement pension to kick it off. So hopefully we can make it happen. Thank you. Thank you. So hopefully we can make it happen. I still have to go through zoning, but I heard what you said, and I think you guys think it's okay.
Well, we'll let you know very shortly. But
Okay.
if you would stay, that we may have a few questions from members, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
Ms.
Thank
Wagner,
you so much.
Ms. Wagner, you have any questions? Mr. Etchison? Oh, yes, if you don't mind staying here, yes, thank you very much.
Stay in the meeting.
That's all right, thank you very
This
much.
is new for me.
That's all right, that's all right.
Quick question for the staff. We've seen this property before, correct?
Yes,
What was that about?
it was a Jimmy's restaurant, I believe, subs,
Jay's Steak Shop. They
Jay's
were
Steak
thinking.
Shop, that was it, years
The
ago.
community didn't want that.
And more
They
recently,
wanted
there
to
was-
have alcohol.
More recently, since we've been here, there was a convenience store that was proposed for that, and there was some concern expressed about that within the
Yes.
last 2 to 3 years.
Yep.
I do remember that being
There was
on.
some alcohol
Yeah.
issues in that, yeah. Okay.
I was a part of that because
All
I
right.
didn't think it was cool for the kids. Yeah.
Oh.
So, thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you so much.
First of all, my mother was an educator as well, and it takes a lot of dedication, so we appreciate that.
Yeah, it's very challenging.
Walk me through the vision of how you're going to set this up,
Okay.
and perhaps more importantly, how people can help you in terms of your setup.
Okay. I thought I sent, maybe it wasn't to you, maybe it was to zoning. I actually did a layout plan. But my vision is to have a lot of emphasis on multicultural, the community, which is a mixture and a large mixture of African American, Asians, and Hispanic. And so I want to be able to offer that type of those type of books that are many times at the main library they don't have, but they could order it, you know, through the Access Bethlehem and Allentown. So, because I've done it many, many times, and I want to emphasize that. I also want to give it a place for the seniors. Our senior center was also closed in 2015. It's now in Forks Township, and we have a lot of seniors in the Shaw Building who don't like the bus, and if they don't have a car, they don't go. One of my neighbors, just last week, I say my neighbors because I've been in the neighborhood for so long, was talking about that, and they were so pleased if I could do it because they said, and I don't know what that meant, but they said, you're going to have air conditioning? And I said, yeah. He said, yeah, because sometimes our seniors get hot and they need a place to go. And I was like, well, it's going to be there. I actually have had some seniors suggest programs like bingo, you know. And I said, oh, absolutely, the bingo. One of the things I think that's going to differentiate me from a lot of the educational centers is I want to hire reading specialists. Our children in our community, but also state of Pennsylvania, is not very good in literacy. If you want exact stats, I brought them with me. But we need to ensure that our children by 3rd grade can read at that level to be a success, whether they're going to college or working in the world. The dropout rate is high because a lot of our students, by the time they reach high school, are not reading at their level, and they'll drop out for a lot of different reasons. And most of the reasons are being made fun of. You know, they don't want to feel like they're less than. We really have to work on our children's reading, and I know a reading specialist will help me do that. And I'm not knocking our school system. I've been a teacher. What I'm saying is since COVID, we have lost so much, and we haven't caught up. And we need to emphasize that. And I think if there's a library in our community that can do that, it helps the schools. For example, in the summertime, schools closed, on South Side Easton. They do have summer sizzle, which is maybe 3 hours in a day. But there's no summer reading program. The library they used to have there, it was amazing. They had a summer reading program. Kids could come, keep their reading, and help the summer slide so they wouldn't slide. Those are the kind of things I'm looking at. Also, computers for juveniles, for adults like seniors and young people. And I also want to introduce some of the, I have some friends in New York in the book field, and I hope to be able to bring in some children's authors, not just the kids reading them, but hearing them read to them. And I know a few people like that over the years and a lot of other things. But does that help?
That bringing me back to the question I had asked you, the leading question I asked you is, how can people help you in
Oh,
terms
that
of
was the second
establishing
question. Well,
your vision?
I'm going to be a nonprofit. I have my EIN number.
Do you have a
So-
website?
I haven't done anything yet because I was told by Mr. Tillman not to do anything until I go through this process. Because if I put any money out or people do, I'm not going to get it back. So I'm waiting for Easton to say yes. I'm waiting. I have a contractor already. I have an electrician already. I have a computer technology specialist already. And what's so great about the building, it has all the cameras and everything there already to get it together. I also have a number of my former students. I have 3 former students that want to help in sorting the books and labeling the books. And also I have one, she just graduated from Cedar Crest. She's going to handle social media because I know nothing about TikTok and Instagram. So yeah, I'm going to do that Facebook website. But I have a lot of things already written and my layout is already done, but I'm holding back until I get the insurance I can do it. And once I can, I'm going to run with it. So anyone that's interested, I can leave my email, my
What's-
name.
What is the name of your nonprofit?
It's going to be, I haven't really get, it's going to be Everything Visual, a community library with a purpose.
With a what?
Purpose.
You have a lease?
I haven't just, well, yeah, I have a lease. But I'm also thinking it all depends on how my fundraising and begging and borrow go, and I might end up buying it. But yeah, I have a lease. Yeah, I invited the realtor here. He was supposed to be here. I've already had the owner sign off on it. I sent those paperwork in, so.
You put a lot of work in. How long is your lease? Your lease beyond a year?
Oh yeah, it's going to be beyond a year. I want 3 to 5.
Do you have it signed?
I haven't signed anything because I didn't know if I could do it.
Yeah, I understand.
So I do have that waiting. They're
Yeah.
waiting. They're not.
Okay.
They're very kind. They have not opened it to anybody else. It's off the market.
Well, you put a lot of work in
Yes.
the real estate, and if you clean it up, you want to make sure that suddenly it doesn't look better, and
Yes.
you want to be protected with a lease. That's
Yes.
all.
I have a real estate consultant that
Good.
because that's not my forte. I know how to residential buying a house, but yeah. So he's a big help. Yeah.
Good.
I have I learned as a teacher you can't do everything yourself.
No.
It's like if I had a medical issue, I'm going to go to a doctor. So I have lined up, even the cleaners. I have lined up people to once I get started, they'll be there, you know, and hopefully more. And I'm really good at begging. So, oh yeah, oh yeah. And I'm a sports fan, so you better believe I'll be writing all those foundations. Yes. Yeah. No
Carl, is
doubt.
there any issue from a parking standpoint on this?
It's 14 parking spaces, and 2 are designated as disabled. I can make them 3. But in the the other library, which was in one room, in Shaw, they only had 6. Ooh, let me move over. They only had 6 spaces and 2. So I'm ahead. It's also already disabled accessible, you know, and it has egress in, 2 on the outside. It's really, I'm not really going to change the bank that much. If you think about a bank, when you walk in, first thing you do is have the tellers. Well, when I walk in there, when you walk in my library, that's where the person's going to be to take the books. Where you take out the books and bring in the books, research the book. They have a vault. Amazing. And I'm keeping the vault just like it is. I want that feel. But that's going to hold the archives and the sorting of the books. I have a lot of first editions, so, you know. And then they have a big room that I guess was there for executive meetings. That's going to be the children's section, you know. I already got the colors picked out and stuff. It's going to be, and the main part, when you walk in, that's where all the stacks are going to be. Oh, and I also want to say this it's amazing because I dreamt this. You know, when you go into a bank and you have a box that you keep your private stuff in the vault, and you take it out, and they have a room that you go in alone so you can check what's in your box. They have 2 of those. So, and the counter's already there. So one is going to be adult computers, the other side is going to be young adults, juveniles. It's already set up. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And they have a kitchenette, and they have a room for the staff. And I've already had the maintenance area checked, and it blows my mind. I don't know. God is good. I'm blessed. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, anybody else?
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. Keep your eye out. Everything good.
Can you stay with us for just a couple more minutes?
Yes, I can.
No, right up here. Thank you.
When you say stay,
I know,
you better
Mr. Shipman had a few questions, but
Yes.
we'll let the others ask a few if they'd like
Yes.
to as well. Mr. Graziano?
I'm sorry. I thought
That's
when you said
okay. That's all right.
Stay. Sit in my
Not your
seat.
fault.
That's a teacher thing.
No question.
Mr. Hellman, Mr. Shipman, any other questions?
No.
Okay. I don't have any questions either, but I would like to, again, extend that this is a terrific project.
Thank you so much.
I 35 years myself in education, and so I
Very
congratulate you on what you've done for the community, and the
Thank
fact that you are continuing to give back is just tremendous. So thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
All
I
right.
love the children. I miss the children.
Yeah.
But this is another area that I can work with them on. And I have a background in that as well as theater, so
Fantastic.
It'll be kind of interesting. Did you have any other questions, Mr.
I've-
Smith? Do you like what I'm saying?
Yes, sounds good.
I just want,
Thank you
I
very-
just want to get a feel.
Thank you very much. I think we're done with our questions.
Okay,
Thank you
so
very
I can
much. You
sit?
can sit. Yep. Yep.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the audience who would like to address the commission on this application? Okay, seeing none, we have a staff recommendation that the planning commission make a recommendation to the zoning hearing board for granting the special exception request to Ms. Riley for an educational service use library at 394 West Berwick Street. Would anybody like to make that motion or any other?
I move that we accept and put forward the recommendation to grant the special exception based upon the write-up from the staff.
I second it.
First and second, any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Etchison,
Yes.
Mr. Shipman,
Yes.
Mr. Heilman,
Yes.
Mr. Graziano,
Yes.
Ms. Wagner, and I will vote yes as well. You have our recommendation, Ms. Riley. Good luck with the zoning hearing board. Don't know that you'll need luck, but you have it anyway. All right. We will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a special exception land development for a 7-story mixed-use building at 101 South 3rd Street.
The applicant, Surface Linden Development LLC, has submitted land development plans proposing the demolition of the currently vacant 2-story commercial building, which was a bank, for the construction of a 7-story mixed-use building located at 101 South 3rd Street. There will be 73 condo units, which will consist of 15 one-bedroom condos, 36 two-bedroom condos, and 22 three-bedroom condos. The first floor will have a 2,542 square foot retail commercial area. Also located inside the first floor will be a 43 space parking lot for the tenants that will be accessed from South Bank Street. The property is located in downtown Street Corridor Zoning District, Block Class B, where the proposed mixed use is permitted per Article 59520B. Per 59520F11, this application also requires a special exception for the building footprint being proposed at 22,367 square feet. The maximum building footprint in the downtown is 16,000 square feet, but may be up to 24,000 square feet by special exception. Also, Historic District Commission approval for the design of the building is required with this application. The zoning administrator has determined variances for the building footprint compared to other buildings on adjacent properties. The proposed building design is one continuous building. The primary facade of buildings longer than 30 feet shall be designed to look like more than one building. The no public plaza, common areas, and a new building without a porch, portico, or stoop. The plans were submitted to LVPC, and LVPC responded. This proposal fulfills the intent of future LV, the regional plan, to encourage reuse and redevelopment within urban areas and to increase density of residential and mixed-use development in centers. The proposed development supports efforts to alleviate the regional housing shortage. Easton is projected to add over 3,600 people by the year 2050 and is now the fastest growing city in the Lehigh Valley with an anticipated 13% projected population increase compared to 6% for both Allentown and Bethlehem. According to the Lehigh Valley Housing Dashboard, Easton is experiencing a shortage of 413 housing units today and an additional 2,726 units are needed by the year 2050 to keep up with the city's anticipated population growth. The proposal helps meet the city's housing supply demand while increasing ownership opportunities. The proposed mixed-use building is permitted within the downtown zoning district. This proposal is appropriate for this location, considering the area is both residential and commercial in nature. The proposal is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, Executives 1.1A and 1.3A, which encourages active uses and storefronts that enhance the city's downtown image as a place to visit and do business, and prioritizes revitalization of vacant lots throughout the city. Therefore, the submitted plans titled Mixed-Use Development appear complete enough to support conditional preliminary plan approval with conditions, and staff advocates Planning Commission's recommendation to the Zoning Hearing Board for granting the special exception request.
Thank you. Applicant, would you like to share anything further with us?
Sure, I'll start off brief and see if there are any questions.
Great.
Eric Schock from Fitzpatrick, Lentz & Buba. I'm the attorney on the project, and also here on behalf of the developer are the developers themselves and the project engineer. So as the staff's thorough review indicated, two elements before you: the land development plan for the building itself, and then the fact that while the infill development is permitted in this zoning district, because it is between 16 and 24,000 square feet, we need to go to the zoning board for the special exception. The staff included in their comments the items that are relevant to that special exception. There's no specific criteria in the ordinance for an infill between 16,000 to 24,000. So on the special exception, it's the general criteria, such as consistent with the city's plan, does it meet with the neighborhood, no adverse impact, etc. And we outlined those in our application and believe we've covered that. But we'll be glad to answer questions, and I'll defer them to the right people if you have those. And then with regard to the land development plan, there was also the recommendation of a conditional approval. Fine with the conditions on that, including on the engineer's letter. All of the items in that letter would be to us what we would call will comply with. Just one note, I think it's number 1A, mentions about a discussion with the city regarding the easement or a public street, and that at this point we're not decided what the best result is, but we are more than willing to say we will comply and sit down with staff and figure out what the best result is. So on that letter, elsewise, everything is we will do, and that is we'll have that meeting and presumably leave that meeting with what everybody agrees is the best result.
So you'll await our questions at this point?
Yeah, I can have the engineer walk you through the plan next if you'd like her to do that. It's up to the commission. Okay.
Okay, why don't we do that?
Then we'll do that.
Yeah, you can use that one. It should already be hooked up. You just have to plug in USB.
All right, good evening. So the applicant's proposing to demolish the existing bank and the paved parking surface at that corner on Ferry and South 3rd. We're proposing a 7-story mixed-use development with retail on the first level, 73 condos. There is parking provided on the property on the first level. I think by code we're required to have 39 spaces. So we're actually providing in excess of that. We're providing 43 on the property and then an additional 40 in the adjacent parking garage. As you can see, the access to the parking will be from South Bank Street. And then with this project, we're also proposing all new sidewalk curb. We're replacing the ADA curb ramps. And then there's also first level amenities like a gym, bike room, and that's basically it. Any stormwater, we're controlling. It's going to sheet flow like it did originally. It's going to be captured on the inlets on South Bank and Ferry. Yeah, any other questions?
We may have questions. So whether for you or for somebody else. Mr. Shipman, you want to start with any questions you have?
No, I don't have any questions.
So how many parking places are there right now on the property before you knock the building down?
Um, like 20. 20.
There's 20.
Yeah.
And where are you getting the space to put the more than 20 parking places? Where are they going to be?
Well, we're providing a first level parking garage, so there's going to be 43 spaces in the building, and then an additional
When you
40.
say first level, you talk about street level?
Yeah,
Or
street
one
level.
floor up?
Yeah, street level.
Street level.
Yeah.
So the commercial space will be the first floor?
Yes.
Nothing will be on the ground. It's called the ground level. That'll just be parking.
Retail. Yeah, there's retail on the ground at this intersection on Ferry and South Third, and then behind that you can see there's parking.
Well, I'm some simple questions. How much parking is there now, and how much parking is there going to be, and where are you getting it from?
So there's 20 spaces now, and then we're going to provide 43.
And where are you getting 43 spaces? On the property? Or
Yeah,
elsewhere?
on the property.
All of it's going to be on the property.
All of it's going to be on the
And the
property.
43 is enough parking places for your commercial space and for the people who live in this building? That's enough? I mean,
Yeah, by code we're
Yes.
required to have 39, so we're actually providing more.
okay. That's all I have for the moment.
Yeah. My two big issues with here. The first one issue I have is the same thing. It's parking. These are 73 units, 15 are one bedroom, 36 two bedroom, and 22 three bedroom. I understand 39 is what is required, but 43 doesn't seem anywhere near enough parking for a condo that size.
So we have 43 on the property and then an additional 40 at the adjacent
Yeah,
property.
are you in agreement with the city on that yet? That is agreed on?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the second
I'm
part
sorry,
of what
say
you
that
just
again,
said?
additional 40?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the parking garage,
Which parking?
the city parking garage.
Right.
Yeah.
Right here.
Okay. All right. 400 feet. Thank you. I didn't get that.
Yeah.
That's a total of 83 where 39 are required. I mean, they're making the effort.
Sure, I understand.
We understand
Yeah.
the issues. but
Everybody's going to ask the same question.
I
Yeah.
knew the question would come up.
Right.
But I would look and say 83 where 39 are required. That's a good faith effort in that regard.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. It's just unfortunate to see more public spaces used for development. We got more coming in over here on the confluence, and the city's making strides in getting parking over here at the Social Security building and up here, and just to see that go away is tough to swallow. But at the same time, our zone, you're allowed to do that. So, second issue I have is construction impacts right over here on Ferry Street. When the Marquee was under construction over here, Ferry Street over here was closed for, I believe it was 2 years, and these businesses right down here were negatively impacted. When you're under construction, do you plan on having to close down Ferry Street during that time, or how is this going to work?
I can speak to that one.
Hi, Kevin Surface with Surface Construction, and with the development team. So no, I wouldn't anticipate having to close down Ferry Street for an extended period of time. Just to give you an example, we just constructed the Boyd in Bethlehem, and we kept 2 lanes open the entire duration of that project. Also, we just constructed 117 East 4th Street in South Bethlehem. That was a 7-story building. We also kept 2 lanes open the entire duration of that project as well. So we have quite a bit of experience working in urban neighborhoods and trying to create as much, as least impact as possible.
I spoke with the owner of antique store right down there on Saturday. That was one of their biggest concerns over there, because there was a lot of negative impact when that was going on, and they don't know, any of those businesses don't know if they could withstand it again. She wanted to come in here today to speak, but she couldn't come, so she sent me 2 requests real quick just to keep in mind. She said, if anything, could they please keep Ferry at the very least a one-way during construction instead of closing it off completely at the 3rd Street end? And then also, can they designate an area for the construction workers parking instead of all over the street? just basic requests so they can, stay in business.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, I don't see that being a problem. There might be a utility connection or you have to shut down the street for a day or two, that kind of thing. But I really don't foresee anything where we'd shut down the whole street for an extended period of time. And the construction workers, we typically we guide them to the right places and open to agreements with private lots, whether it's, the church or the Social Security lot. But yeah, obviously no parking's a pain point, so
Sure.
willing to work with everybody.
And one other thing, can you explain the entrance and exit again? It's just off of Bank Street.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so there's easier just to point. So this is the garage access here. So you pull out into South Bank Street, and then you exit either left or right.
Okay.
I mean, we're right next to bus depot, so our hope is that a lot of people see it as a benefit and aren't really taking their car out. They're commuting. I could anticipate some people not even having a car if they live here.
That'd be nice. That would be nice, but I don't know how practical that
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
right now.
I don't know.
And one other question, just for visualization's sake, how close will this be? Like when we're looking out this window right here.
So what is that? It's at least 20 feet. It may be more. I don't have this building plotted on here.
What is this oversized rendering thing you have here?
Oh, boy.
Oh yeah. So it gives you an idea of building scale.
Yeah, that shows a little bit better.
That's better, yeah.
Sit step back. This is even step back from the property line, roughly 5 feet, if I'm not mistaken. And then your building is set back.
So the Billy's outdoor space is preserved in this scenario?
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
And the entrance then to that entrance to the parking garage there?
Would be
On the other side.
Well,
No, I mean the walking entrance next to the outdoor space.
yes, yeah, that's preserved as well.
You may want to spin that around so folks can see it as well. Thank you.
You have other questions?
No, no more questions.
Okay, Mr. Etchison?
Man, I was all ready to get hot and bothered about the parking, and then you went and addressed it. I do get concerned. Carl, have we ever gotten a final report on the parking matrix in Easton? I get concerned that we're double booking.
So we never received anything from Lewis or Mazin, from the company that provides the parking calculations.
Can we escalate that, please?
Well, they're also having monthly meetings about parking as well.
So in those meetings, they don't talk about what's real?
I'm not in those meetings. I will be going forward though.
Excellent.
So,
So am I.
and Carl as well will be in those meetings as well.
Very excited to be there, I can tell. I think at the end of the day, though, we got to have a better fix in terms of what's going on. I appreciate the effort. Do you guys have leases already set up in terms of that?
We do.
Okay. And I appreciate the effort. In the past, what we have done, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but we've actually tied that into the ongoing, oh God, that's on a rental basis, isn't it?
Yeah,
Let me finish the thought. In the past, what we've done is we've actually tied the extra parking leases into some enforcement mechanism, so that so that you don't just lease it for a year. I'm not saying you would, okay?
Yeah.
But the idea on this is that when you've got 73 units and 40 some spaces that are guaranteed, and the extra 40 actually makes it acceptable or breathable from a standpoint of parking. I could get upset because that's my bank right there, but I'll get over that. But in the past, we've had some sort of an enforcement mechanism tied in. I'm not sure how we would do that with the condos.
Yeah, that's exactly what the problem is, because in the past, what we did was we said every time you renew your rental license, we'd be able to check and see if you're still in compliance. I mean, there will be a tremendous, I'm assuming, self-motivation to make sure that there is some parking, because those are the people who own it, and they're gonna wanna make sure. I mean, the city may be better off just having it on the open market and increasing its monthly rates, but there is no practical way to review this on an annual basis.
Well, let me ask this question. Are the leased spaces part of the condominium? In other words, as you sell the condominium units, are they guaranteed spaces?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, so then they don't have any choice but to.
Well, I actually,
Well, you've had
I-
experience with selling units before, have you not?
No, this is probably the first scalable condo project in 25 years in the Lehigh Valley.
yeah, I have not seen the actual agreement between the city. I understand that 40 spots have been committed. I would be eventually, if it's beyond the letter promise, I'll be very interested to see how it's put together, because in the past, all these agreements have been with an owner, and they're responsible for paying for all of the spots, and there's a sub-level for each person who's given permission. So unless the agreement is made initially through the developer and eventually to the condo association,
Yeah.
that's the only practical way you're gonna have for some type of enforcement, although the city at that point can, because it is owned separately, can subcontract directly with 40 homeowners.
Yeah. I mean, parking is a selling point of living here also. I don't think if somebody wants to move here, they're expecting parking. So I think the homeowners association, HOA, could certainly be the ones that, could be maintained throughout the lifetime of the project. But yeah, I think.
Yeah, let me come at this a different way. Is a space deeded as part of the condo agreement?
On site, yes.
Okay. The on-site spaces.
Mhm.
Yeah, that could not happen with the city.
Right. We couldn't do that where we're just leasing those off-site spaces.
Right.
But I think what the developer's indicating is part of the attractiveness of the units will be that he has gone out and guaranteed that the unit will be accompanied
Yeah.
by the space, the deeded space in the building and the lease space you have acquired.
Yes. If I didn't have that agreement in place, I wouldn't be building the building. Operationally, it wouldn't work.
Well, and as a person who sold condos, I feel you on this. But the question in my mind is, you seem like a nice guy.
He's a very nice guy.
That's outstanding. He's got great hair. I'm jealous. So,
I won't go there.
but at the end of the, so do you, more than me. So, look, at the end of the day, part of the reason I can relax about this project is because of the 40 lease spaces. How do we preserve that? All right. Is it through a directive to the HOA in order to make sure to the condo association to make sure that the lease is maintained in some way?
I think we could do that. Mhm.
Yeah. So I would want some directive given to provide some sort of perpetuity to maintaining 40 leases as part of.
That would make me happy as well. 'Cause
Okay.
the 1 year at a time, honestly, I'd rather have 199-year lease for those spaces, to be honest.
I mean, I think we're getting to the point, regardless of whether or not a committee can decide how many spaces there actually are, I think we're getting to a point where the city's going to have to start thinking about additional parking facilities. But before that happens, you do have the terribly nice convenience of having a parking garage next door. So good luck on that negotiation, because it'll help you in terms of the value of the property. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Ms. Wagner?
Any balconies? Like no balconies or anything?
So the top floor units have balconies, and then there's a shared rooftop access as well for all unit owners. Additionally, you can kind of tell on the inside of the courtyard.
For Ferry Street?
Yes, on the Ferry Street side.
Okay.
On the inside of the courtyard, that's an outdoor space as well. So, small dog run, table seat at, that kind of thing.
The courtyard, or where's the floor of the courtyard?
If you think of the building as a U,
Oh, okay.
on the inside of that U.
So similar to what this right here is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, imagine if that was just backed up closer.
That's all the questions I have.
With regard to the easement that's required, you mentioned that earlier, and it's required, as it says in the city engineer comments, due to the reduction in size of the current easement from 30 feet to 20 feet. I'm going to assume that's because the current building is further off of the street, and so 30-foot easement needs to go to 20 feet. Is that accurate?
Yeah. That easement actually, some of that easement even predated this building,
Mm-hmm.
so it's kind of been modified over time and added to.
Where are we talking about that? Sorry.
Actually, in between this building and our lot next door.
Okay. Not on the other side.
No.
Okay, interesting. And it says it will need to be approved by city council, so is that considered, I didn't see that specified as a condition. It says the city engineer comments shall be addressed, so that's part of the comments, all right. It's one of the comments, okay. I want to go back to the parking for the sake of laboring that issue, because the way it was stated at first was, we have 43 spaces, and that meets the requirement. When the staff was asked, yes, but the actual requirement, if I understand it correctly, is for 79 spaces. It's 39 that you're required in that space and 40 at the garage.
No, it's the total project per zoning only requires 39 spots.
Only requires 39 spots. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Because I read the zoning code today, and it says 1 per unit.
All right, so I can read off the breakdown for you.
Okay.
Then I can also
Thank you.
give you a copy or send out a copy to everybody. All right, so the retail space is 2,542 square feet.
Yep.
1 per 400 square feet, which gives you a breakdown of 6.36, which you round up. So you have 7 required spaces for the commercial space.
Yep.
73 condo units, 1 per unit, you have 73. And section 59520F4 requires you, or well, allows you to subtract 3 because it's over 4 units residential that you're building.
Okay.
So that brings you down to 70 required spaces per section 59520F4 and 59533B. That total count brings you to 77. And in section 59533D, in the downtown, you're allowed to cut that in half.
And
So then you're at 38.5, you round up and you have 39 spaces.
39, okay. So it does take a little more effort than just reading the code one
That's
time.
correct.
You have
Yep.
to go to 3 or 4 different things. Okay. So that explains why I didn't quite understand. I didn't quite understand the way it was being presented as if 39 was sufficient. Your effort to get 40 additional are strictly because of what you're promising for these folks.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, there's nothing, whether we like it or we don't like it, that's the ordinance. That's the way it is. Okay.
We don't like it.
Thank you.
By
right.
by the way, I think that the way to handle this is to require the developer to record a covenant, the owner to record a covenant that there will be provided at all times that somehow binding the association, because you have these multi-step procedures of ownership when you have the condo where the developer is going to be in charge up to a certain point in time, I believe, and then eventually the homeowners association when you have 50% ownership. So if there was some covenant that would require the association to establish that there are 40 that there's arrangements for 40 spots outside of the building, say within 600 feet of the building. It doesn't have to be with the city. It could be with anyone else, because I never want to tie or require any developer to ever have to go to the city. And one of the things that the commission has to recognize is that any parking lease is subject to compliance by the parker. So it's easy to shut it down by saying we've revoked your privileges, but how do you keep up and make sure and monitor that 40 people have outside spots? But that's something we can figure out later.
But Mr. Shear, my understanding, if I just heard it explained, is they don't need the 40 in the garage. All they need is the 39 that they're already providing on their property, and they're providing 43, which is in addition. So they don't need a lease. They don't need anything in a covenant. For us, for the planning commission, by right, that building has what it needs.
Except that that's been true on a lot of downtown developments where the planning commission has required as an additional factor to recommend a special exception that they do have outside parking. I believe that's been done several times.
I think we've done that when.
But you don't have to require it.
But I think we've done that when the applicant could not meet their base requirement. So if the requirement's 39 and they could only produce 30, then I could understand that. But it sounds like from the calculation and from the mix of those codes that they're meeting everything that they need to. So that's where it sits as far as I see it.
They got the additional spaces because they want to be successful.
That's up to the commission. The chair is absolutely correct. They meet the minimum requirements, and therefore, would only be up to you, as I think has been negotiated in the past at times, to make an additional requirement. But if the commission's comfortable with it, and I do think market's going to demand on its own, then that's your decision.
Yeah, I think it's going to end up being his obligation that he makes to his buyers as to how that arrangement is done for those extras.
It's going to have unhappy people if you let this expire. I mean,
again, my recollection is that when we've done that, it's because there hasn't been a meeting of the minimum requirement. I don't know that we've gone beyond that. But anyway, that was my question. Thank you very much. Now, unless anybody else has questions.
not I.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Do we have, you can step away, we're gonna use this for comments. Thank you very much, I appreciate it. We have anyone from the audience who would like to address the commission regarding this proposal? I see you right there in the back. We'll let her go first, and then you can come next, sir.
Hello, my name is Carla Zielinski. I'm a West Ward resident, nearly lifelong Easton resident. And my question is, in addition to all of this growth and development, which is lovely, I grew up here. When I used to tell people I was from here, they'd say, ooh, I'm sorry, it's rough there. So seeing this, it's lovely. However, where are all these people gonna grocery shop? If these people don't have cars and you're saying they're gonna walk everywhere they need to go, where are they gonna get their groceries? Where are they gonna get entertainment? We used to have a movie theater downtown. We don't have that anymore. All these people coming in from the city, I get it, you wanna get away from the city. Guess what? The city doesn't sleep. Easton does. We like to sleep. Almost everything is closed here Mondays and Tuesdays. That's nice for us. I just don't understand how all of this is really progress. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like we are drastically losing the feeling of genuine community. People who have lived here, like myself, for almost my whole life, we're being priced out because of stuff like this. I'd like to move away. I don't have the choice. I am here due to family issues. And it feels suffocating to be here anymore. And maybe some of you feel that way too. And I don't know. I know everyone wants a paycheck. I know everyone wants to, retire nice and cushy. That's not gonna happen for a lot of people in this town because of projects like this. It just feels like too much, too soon. None of these apartment buildings that have already been built are full yet. They're not full, and you wanna build more. You wanna destroy what's here, and you wanna build more, and you wanna build it bigger. And worse, I have seen the Boyd building in Bethlehem. Part of the facade is falling off. These buildings are built terribly, they are cheap, and they are horrendously expensive. Most people who live here cannot afford them. There is never any talk about affordable housing. It is luxury this and luxury that, and it's not luxury. There's no good bones in those buildings. They're built like trash. Ask anybody. Ask anybody who has been in them. I worked at a local business downtown for several years. We had people coming in from the Seville asking to use our internet because their electricity had gone out for the 3rd time that month for an extended period of time. I don't know. I'm sorry, and maybe I'm just airing my grievances, but it just does not feel good as someone who is from this community, who cares about this community. It doesn't feel like a benefit to so many of us. It feels like people who are from here, who care about this place, aren't welcome anymore. And that's a horrible feeling when you actually care. And all the money that goes into this, I don't know. And why can't we get a grocery store? I don't know. I don't know how this process works. Maybe a grocery store has to come to us. I don't know. But I just feel like this is excessive and it's unsustainable, because I highly doubt you're going to fill all of these buildings with residents that can afford $2,000, $3,000 a month rents in buildings that are not well constructed. I don't know. So maybe that is falling on deaf ears, but I would just like to see something, as again, someone who's lived here almost my entire life, something that feels like true progress and true growth. Because adding more people and not adding support for those people and community, and it seems like nothing but a money grab. And I don't know, it's disheartening, and I think this town means more than that. So, that's all. Thank you.
Hi, Tony Mittman, 36 North 3rd Street, Easton, Pennsylvania. In 1979, our family and about 10 residents formed something called Historic Easton, Inc., which was a very active nonprofit historic preservation organization, because we were going to go up against urban renewal in Easton, Pennsylvania, and save what was historic and what was here. And it's relevant because that lot has a history, and it's important that you know the history of what happened there. Because all of Easton was surveyed, and downtown, which was laid out and planned in 1752, is a National Register Historic District. And that means that it's a very special place in the United States of America, according to the Department of Interior, that needs to be protected from intrusion by projects like this. Developers are manufacturers of living and workspace. It's a for-profit business, which I get it. I'm supportive of free enterprise. But when you drop something of this magnitude across the street and next to the Easton Historic District, it's wrong. So I can tell you what the history of this corner was when they wanted to build Perkins Restaurant. I'm sure, Joel, you remember those days. And Historic Easton had about 1,000 members and a board of 20 people. And we fought the building Perkins Restaurant on that corner. So we sort of lost, and Perkins was built, and then eventually Perkins wanted to close, and then another building, which is the building which is there now, was proposed. And if I remember correctly, we were all involved in insisting that that building that is built there on the corner had to adhere to strict guidelines, architectural guidelines, to be compatible with the Easton Historic District, which is across the street and surrounded by the Easton Historic District. And that included making sure that this new building was built on the corner, out to the corner of 3rd and Ferry, that it was brick, that it had a soldier's course, which is vertical elements of vertical brick to give it a more character architecturally, and the height, mass, and scale had to adhere to the requirements of the Easton Historic District for adjacent and compatible infill new construction. And so that it did not have an adverse indirect impact on the Easton Historic District a National Register of Historic Places property. So that's the history of what's there now. So to demolish that building, number one, is wrong, because that building is there because citizens fought for the design of that building. So that's that. The other thing is the impact of having something of this scale drop down on top of the marquee, which encroached into Ferry Street. Ferry Street was designed by the cartographer Nicholas Skull, who designed Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1752. So Ferry Street isn't just a street, it's a part of the Easton planned community. Easton is a planned community, 18th century, and not only the buildings are historic, but the streets are too. South Bank Street and Ferry Street and 3rd Street, which was Pomfret Street, all of that it needs to be protected, and we're not doing it. The other thing is the St. John's Church, which is next door to the 3rd building along Ferry Street. It's an outrage to build something of this scale that will have an adverse effect on the setting of St. John Street and the building just to the east of it, which belongs to the church. All these new construction is obscuring all the steeples of Easton in the historic district. And the scale of this is so wrong. And the other thing is that the city of Easton has something called the Easton Design Guide, which was developed by a painstaking process and is on the books. I have a hard copy at home, but it's online, and you can come to City Hall and request a hard copy. But the Easton Historic District has very, very specific requirements for new construction, and that is that it be in scale, mass, and height, compatible with the historic buildings around it. This building, as proposed, is so out of scale, it's not even funny. So developers come here because Easton has a very hot real estate market, and the reason Easton has a very hot real estate market is because of historic preservation. That's what's making people want to come here and build these massive new buildings. So the Easton Design Guide must be read by everyone in this room and use it as a guide of what we allow. And this kind of development is just so out of scale for height, mass. Forget the architecture. It's a big box. It's a income-producing box for developers. So we in Easton love our city. It's a very small, walkable, historic city, which was very lovely. And now the market forces have become so hot that it's being ruined by projects like this, which is massive scale. And it's all based on income, cash flow. Units per, how many units, the rents per unit, how many parking spaces. But that's not what Easton's about. It's a National Register Historic District, and this flies in the face of the entire plan for Easton. Thank you.
Good evening, Brett Weber, architect and resident in Easton, 120 Morrison Avenue. I'll be brief. I want to applaud Tony's comments. I take a somewhat contrarian view, but I do want to address some pragmatic planning issues, which I think are before you and are related to historic Easton's design fundamentals. When buildings are removed, there should be an effort to improve the streetscape and improve the block. I think that the lessons from the development of the marquee are strong and apparent. They're right across the street from us. There was a public taking of the public right-of-way. Without debating the scale of this building or the architectural design of the envelope, I'm a supporter of increased density downtown, and there are going to be various projects that are high-end and low-end, and we need to encourage mixed-income developments. But the biggest thing, I think, is that there's a really seriously bad precedent being set with suggesting that deeded real estate has parking elsewhere. And this isn't an apartment building. If it's a condo building, I've developed a lot of condo projects with developers, designed them and developed them. And deeded parking elsewhere is problematic. And I think there are customers here who would be willing to pay for a deeded parking space that's a level below grade. And we're losing, admittedly, there was a parking lot there adjacent to a freestanding building. They're replacing it with a structure, but we have a blank facade on Ferry Street. We have another dead facade downtown. This is bad planning from You know, everybody needs to read Jane Jacobs. We need streets to be active. What's lost of the 18th century grid is the activity at street level. And when we mortgage away parking spaces in public parking garages, we're taking away, and you're mandating that the city goes out and gets a bond issue and develops a new parking garage, because we're stripping all of that visitation parking, all of their guests. I mean, we all know that every one of these people in a multi-bedroom unit is going to have more than one car. We've experienced that in reviews of projects all over the city. It's a reality in real estate. You're going to have multiple spaces, but these are condominiums with legal ownership. It's very different than an apartment building, kind of the vagaries of an apartment building. So I just think, you know, there's this is a kind of clarion call that zoning and the development ordinance needs to prioritize street level retail. We have next to none at the confluence. You know, we have blank street walls on 2 streets here. That's a real crime against the city plan. And you only have to look a half a block away when there's vital storefronts. That's what keeps the city alive. That's what gives mixed incomes across the city to foster the diverse population that we want to have in this city. So it's not necessarily something to embrace tonight, but it is an issue for, you know, there should be incentives for, there's a carrot and a stick for developers. So there's a carrot to say, hey, you can increase, or we'll allow your special exception, but we want you to enforce, you know, retail development along the street corridor. I mean, that is part of a priority in the city plan. I can rationalize an expense for an elevator and a lift, automated parking garage in that space for condos that are, you know, going to sell at whatever numbers they're going to sell at downtown. It's going to be one of the premium. It's the first condo project of its kind. And this kind of thing elsewhere in the Commonwealth gets developed with parking levels, so that you can accommodate retail at the street level and you're going down another level or you're going up a level. So anyway, just that's my take on it. I encourage you to be thinking about those and for us to be moving the zoning ordinance and land development ordinance in that direction, because that's the positive thing for the city.
Anyone else? Thank you. At this point, we have last person to speak.
My name is Susan Ravitz, and I live at 144 Church Street in Easton. I don't know as much as the last 2 people know about developments and that sort of thing. I'm somebody that lived in Forks Township for over 60 years, and I've lived downtown now for 7 or 8 years. I love downtown, and I love the architecture for the most part that's been here. But I find the development of building after building, like the Marquee over there, this is not New York City. This is a town that was just spoken about all the historic things that are here. And it feels like none of this development pays much attention to that. I don't know how many views in Easton have been ruined. I know my view has been ruined to the river where I live, where my particular house is, by, what's it called, by the river, Waterworks or whatever, is blocking a whole bunch of my view of seeing the river. But I don't exactly understand where all these people are going to come from. The parking is outrageous. I mean, I don't know how many of you experience what goes on. It's not, for me, a particular problem. So I'm not complaining personally about it, but I think that more thought has gone into about how do we want the city to live. I remember working for an organization that owned a building in downtown Easton and bought windows for the building. The windows apparently did not meet the standards of the historic district, and they were expensive, and we couldn't use them because we had to put in the correct windows. Well, those windows probably nobody notices. Everybody notices the Marquee, I mean, with very few balconies on the outside or anything too. I mean, I don't quite understand all this building. And the parking issues are major. And I don't, you know, there are people who don't want to park, especially women, often be parking in a parking garage and leave at night and walk down. Nobody else maybe is in the garage. It's scary if it's late and there's nobody around. I think, you know, whatever the developers have to say is important to you guys in terms of building and different issues. But in terms of the quality of the life for those of us that live here, and whether there's really a need for Easton to have all of these big buildings. I mean, enough is enough, for God's sakes, really and truly. It's enough. We do not need more. And I think the people in this room are applauding. You don't have a whole lot of support coming here for these buildings, except maybe for people that'll make money, maybe the people that'll build the parking garages and that sort of thing. But I don't think it's necessary. I think, but like somebody said, the buildings are not all occupied. Surely this will cause parking issues, no matter how much time you talk about it. There definitely are people that come to visit the people that live in all these buildings. There's 2 people, there can be 3 people in some of those apartments if you have a teenager, and there's 2 other people in the apartments. I mean, the planning is not appropriate to what this city has been. And I do not want to see Easton ruined. I think it is a gem of a place. The best one, certainly in the Lehigh Valley. And please, don't ruin it with more buildings for people to live in that the people that need the buildings cannot afford. And that is a more important issue than bringing in more buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we have a recommendation to support conditional preliminary plan approval with conditions, and staff advocating recommendation of the zoning hearing board for granting the special exception request. We'll take that motion or any other. You have to speak into the microphone.
Has it been through historic district review yet, or that's next?
No, that would be one of the next steps. That was lined out in the agenda that Carl read, that it still needs HDC approval.
I just want to double check.
Yep.
We have a motion on that or any other?
Can we have a discussion?
We usually go with a motion and then,
Motion
but if you,
first and then
yeah, usually.
My concern, this is fun after hearing from the public. I think at the end of the day, no, I'll just speak for myself. At the end of the day, I became more comfortable with the project in the light of agreements being in place to supply 80 some odd spaces for a 73 unit building. And I hear what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, in terms of building in any requirement as part of an approval, similar to what we've done in the past with rental units, might be difficult, and it certainly is not required based upon the ordinances, which I think, quite frankly, need to be looked at. The notion of cutting a requirement in half just because you can, that has probably gone by the wayside. I think that was really part of the effort to revitalize the downtown. Well, we're pretty vital now. So I think there's an opportunity for City Council to take a look at that. That is not our purview. And so I have some difficulty with the project not having what I would consider adequate parking assigned to it, even though by ordinance it's okay. Number one. And number two is the elements of this, from a streetscape standpoint, and a load and comparability, thanks to the marquee, and its volume, I hate to say it, between that and the city hall, it kind of fits right in. You can see based upon the drawings that it sort of fits right in. So I'm not sure that I agree that it's necessarily out of scale and keeping with what's happening right now in the downtown. So I have trouble opposing it from that standpoint, but I still continue to have difficulty with the parking element, and I'm not sure what to do about that.
That's what this is.
So if anybody's got any suggestions on that, perhaps we can move forward with some sort of a motion, but I can't get my arms around the idea of moving forward with a special exception without acknowledging A, the great efforts by the developer to try and accommodate additional parking, and B, trying to protect the rights of the people who would presumably purchase these condo units to be able to park. Anybody got any ideas? Anyone?
And I feel like I value like the retail on the first floor. Like I agree with some of the comments that they've said with like losing some of the retail. So I don't know how you fit keeping the retail and the parking unless there was a way to get parking on the second floor.
You know, there is retail on the first
There's
floor.
one little spot.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. There is retail. There is one spot. You're right.
Nothing on Ferry, you know, it's
Right.
all,
Can I ask a question of the developer?
I thought
Or
we
is it
were,
too late for that?
thought we were ready to.
Pull the trigger. Well,
Well, let me ask the staff a question.
Yep, please.
So you've made a recommendation that they've met the necessary requirements under our code.
Mhm.
Am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'll make the motion.
Motion by Mr. Shipman to support conditional preliminary plan approval with conditions and the recommendation of zoning hearing board for granting the special exception request. Yes, Mr. Shipman?
Yes.
Yes. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Heilman, a second. Any further discussion?
do we want an amendment that addresses either the historical commission or the parking?
I just think that the condition should be that they should meet all of the requirements that the historical commission, like, suggests. That's what
I
it
think
says.
that's on, it's,
why-
it's on
That's
there.
built into this?
No, it's one of the conditions listed specifically
All right.
on the
so
resolution.
Now we're back to my parking problem.
Yeah, I share the same concerns as you do on the parking. It's obvious they meet the minimum requirements. And that's what we have here. But it's plainly obvious that, I mean, it might be different if this was 72, 73, how much? 72? And they were all one-bedroom condos. But the vast majority of them more than, they're 2 and 3 bedroom condos. And I just can't figure out, it's just plainly obvious that the parking's not
Then
gonna
this
work.
all has to go back to the council, and they have to change our ordinance. We're complying with the ordinance. That's what our staff is meant to do. They've told us these people comply. We should give them the advantage of the ordinance under which they made the proposal, not come in here and change it now. Can't understand that. Come on.
Any further comment, discussion?
I'd like to
Okay.
ask the solicitor's opinion based upon what we've reviewed and discussed. Is there a mechanism, an acceptable mechanism we can use to help preserve the good thinking of the exterior spaces to the project?
I don't follow.
How do we-
What exterior spaces?
The 40 spaces that they're leasing at this point from the city.
Well, I'll turn to Mr. Schaff. Is that Schaff? I don't want to impose something in light of what the chairman said, but would you feel comfortable with some type of covenant that would essentially assure that there will be at all times 40 spaces contracted by owners within the building outside of the spots that are built inside the parking garage.
If I'm not mistaken, the agreement is assignable, so it could be assigned to the HOA. It's yearly, because I'm not sure if the,
Could you step up to the microphone? Thank you.
I'm not sure if the parking authority is allowed to enter agreements beyond 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you, the city of Easton can't, and that's why we've had covenants, like with the Marquee. As part of the development, there were certain things they agreed to do over time, and it's on the record. And I'm thinking that this is the only way to potentially put a responsibility, I think, initially on the developer, and the HOA would have to take it over, and they would just have to basically pledge that at least 40 owners will contract for a space outside of the building, which almost has to happen anyway with those people. And this way, I don't know if that would satisfy your obligation. You need two parties to make this work. You need the people who are going to agree to it, and that's why I think the HOA is probably later on the best party to do that. And you need some enforcement mechanism. And I mean, that's going to be tricky too, the enforcement mechanism, other than, I can't even figure out what, I mean, it would be very tricky.
I mean, obviously, from a legal standpoint,
Yeah.
the concern I have is what the chairman said, which is the ordinance is what the ordinance is, and we do meet that ordinance. I don't want to bind my client unnecessarily to do something that the ordinance doesn't require. I mean, second, I agree. I think it needs to be the association, because that's the only thing in perpetuity. And I guess the association could police the individuals in the association who are owners, that they have secured that, but
Or to the best of their ability.
I guess we could agree to that, which is there will be, it indicates that if 40 spaces are available for lease, the association will endeavor to lease up to 40. I mean, that is the plan. People are going to be buying these with the notion that they're going to be able to do that, but you can only enter a 1-year lease with the parking deck. So I don't know what happens if someone says, well, I didn't get the lease this year.
By the way, we've had longer term leases than 1 year.
Yeah, I mean,
we
all
have
the
done that.
Mr. Surface was 1 year. If they would, as he said, if they would do a 30-year lease, 29.9, 11 months, he would do it.
I've been discouraging the long term leases.
Understandably, but obviously the predicament he's being placed in is he would say, I'll rent them today for 29 years, 11 months. It improves his product and it solves your issue. He didn't have that opportunity yet. We can agree to explore a way to do that, but I don't know that saying you've got to provide double what your ordinance says is what the is what.
Well, and truthfully, I'm not that keen on it either, because it's going to be very difficult to enforce, and I really do believe the market is going to probably find that within that building, 50 people will be contracting one way or another for outdoor parking, which, by the way, is going to increase significantly as far as evening, and my understanding, evening and weekends, as far as efforts the city is making to be able to partner on a number of outdoor parking lots in the immediate area of your project.
Yeah, you're correct. We have had conversations with private lots as well. So it's not like we're 40 and done. We're still exploring potentially. There's some surface lots right by there, which I think everybody's aware of. Talking to those private owners as well, and even private garages elsewhere. If somebody has, a car they only drive on weekends, they could store it in a garage. So presenting buyers with the most options available, knowing that parking is a pinch point.
I liked your comment regarding exploring. Can you say that again?
What willing to explore the
come on, man.
long-term.
You had made a statement regarding, and I'm Eric. You had made a statement regarding being willing to explore as opposed to being required.
Yeah, I think what Mr. Service can agree to is the association would take efforts to keep a minimum of 40 leases. I mean, available for the residents of the community. I mean,
If we
that's more than is required, and yet they'll have a requirement to actually attempt to get them, because I think he's banking on the fact that they're going to do that because of market forces, because people are buying units where they expect the association to get those leases for them.
I'm sorry, and just for everyone to understand, but particularly when you're getting into parking garage, I've been careful not to call them leases. You're getting 40 parking privilege or permits, because there's going to be multiple uses within that time frame.
Right.
So then, is there an opportunity for us to insert language into the motion that's on the floor as an amendment for
Hold
that?
on.
For that,
So hold on to that thought.
holding that thought.
Mr. Shipman, you made the motion. Are you amenable to
I'm
language of that sort?
no, I'm not amenable to it. I think we're trying to legislate here in a public meeting. It's something for the council to amend our statute.
So I understand you say no. You're not.
No,
open
I'm
to
not.
that. Okay, that's fair enough. All right. This time we have a. Is there any further discussion? Because we do have a motion and a second. Okay. Seeing that, we'll take a roll call vote. Mr. Shipman,
I'm in favor of the motion, yes.
Mr. Heilman,
Yes.
Mr. Graziano,
Yes.
Mr. Etchison,
No.
Ms. Wagner,
No.
and I will vote yes. So the motion carries 4-2 as presented. You have that conditional plan approval and the recommendation to the zoning hearing board. You may go forth with that.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right. The next is a hearing and rebuttal on the 1525 Wood Avenue application. We need a break? I think we could use a 5-minute break before we move to that application. So if you guys will just sit tight, we appreciate it. Thank you. Take 5 minutes. Joel, I will, as soon as they are, there's nothing for them to read, is there really?
No.
No, I'll just turn it over.
Yeah, I'll read.
You're gonna read, yes, that's fine.
And I figured I didn't want to trust myself.
No, and I appreciate you sharing it with me, thank you.
You know,
It
I
looks
can't
good.
believe it took a couple hours. I had to check on certain, I had to find all the, I wanted to make sure.
Understood.
I think our ordinance is written that if there's a special exception, we can write in anything that we want. Conditional time. Sure. Right?
Sure, but he didn't.
He didn't need it, right?
Well, Ron didn't offer it, he's at his leisure not to, force a vote on the existing issue.
I didn't hate it, but the first thing that I thought was I don't like that we aren't doing much more retail. If they come back
I'm going to be giving
and
an overview and I'm
it
going
was
to be
more,
reinforcing.
How you doing? Good to see you.
Okay, so do you know anything about
Yeah, you're here. We're here. I understand. I'm gonna get the rest of my.
I don't know.
you and I are way too old for that. All right.
How are you, sir?
Nice to see you.
Dr. Green, good to see you again.
Dr. Green, what do you know, or who do we talk to about?
I am now Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing. Let one of the staff members.
All right, great, thank you. I would.
Sure.
We gotta see how this works.
Do you think,
If we could move this computer over there, I because,
we should,
yeah, but it's got a lot of wires. So then maybe I sit over there on the end. I've got all the stuff in front of me. Yeah, I think we ought to get this.
You know, I spent my professional career doing that and doing these presentations. Oh, I mean, I stuff hundreds of thousands of pages. Yeah, civil litigation, medical malpractice in Philadelphia.
See it on the screen.
NYU. Are you really? Yeah. You know, it didn't do anything for me. Did absolutely nothing. Everything I got. It had nothing to do with that. But it's fine. Well, it's an avant-garde school. People who are very interested in avant-garde stuff. You know, it's not really my. Yeah. Well, not only I went to Tisch, which is I graduated from Tisch. I went to college with Spike Lee. What's up? Yes, I did. 1982. Yeah. So and there's a lot. Martin Scorsese, the Baldwin brothers, all those guys. I mean, there was a whole bunch of NYU. And NYU is a very big deal for a certain group of people in the world. 99.9% of people would have no idea. And I've never got a job as a result of being gone. Yeah, never happened. I'm not saying. No, I'm a Philly person. I like it. I love it. I love the Eagles. I love the Phillies. Sixers are okay. I'm not a big basketball fan, but that's all right. But I like Temple. I like everything. My daughter went to school in Philly. I spent 17 years in Center City, Philadelphia. I love it. It's great. Yeah. Well, in my world, in medical malpractice, there isn't a place that you'd rather be than that is the ultimate. It is by far, and I spent 17 years doing it, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I retired at my
You said when Wayne comes back.
I've always lived here. I commuted back.
Worse, they'll move down.
At one time.
You're going to have to stand here to manipulate this, and you can. And then Don or the witness could be here. Where? Right next to Carl. Well, I'm going to sit up. I need someplace. I got all that stuff, all that kind of.
We need one more binder up here.
Makes sense.
Because we just make enough paper. Thank you.
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
Is there a problem?
Mike, should I go?
That's right.
I'm sorry.
That's right. But it says what it says.
We don't have that. This is the plan. We do not have these plans.
So we got a logistics problem. This is Jessica, you met.
Hi, Jessica.
So we have that drawing. Is there any way to move this computer someplace else, or is it locked in there?
Spent more time there. You did everything you were supposed to, and then it's like, no. Doesn't matter whether it's a
Just a poor dumbass lawyer.
I think that's just.
You need to go from like PowerPoint to PowerPoint, like page
Yeah,
layer.
yeah, and I need a place to have material in front of me, and I need for a witness. So if she has to stay there, we'll put the witness there, and I'll see that.
Who would?
Yeah, we'll go.
Yeah, he's the one to know. Yeah. Who? Dwayne. Or Esther.
I'll be right there.
I think that's the best thing.
And then I just connect with
Yep, you should be able to go right in on the side. Is that where you want?
I'm gonna sit on that corner with the mic.
Okay. And then you're gonna have just
Bill, we're getting great pictures.
Yeah, I got all. Look what I got. I got all these calls.
We'll just have some.
It is.
Yeah.
And I think
You know what this permit? You know what this zoning permit is for? In this binder? Gee.
I've got my.
Getting some.
I know, that's the problem. I got piles.
Even though-
Wait, did you see this? Going on the residential.
Gee.
That's so much crap.
So is this one right, like in the front? So if it's laying down, it's G.
Did you?
I wish I can tab these. So far, they're all the same.
That's the thing. There is a vending machine downstairs on the second.
Jess, want to sit?
Oh, thank you, sir.
You have a chair? If not, you can.
That's right. I mean,
It was in the last one, so I don't know. Like, these fast track permits. It doesn't even say, like, it just says that up there. Like, that's gotta change too.
Maybe they'll explain it to us.
that's right. And I spend my doing litigation. That's all anybody ever did. So, you know, that's just a game. You know, whatever. Yeah, it is. I think so.
Okay, we ready? Good?
I think.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a chance to go through, but I guess we'll.
Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, good. We would like to call this session of the Planning Commission meeting back to order. At this time, with the hearing that we are about to undertake with regard to this application, I'm going to turn the facilitation of this part of the meeting over to Mr. Shear.
Thank you. I'm first going to give an overview, and I'm going to cover some of the procedure we're going to be following tonight and throughout the process of this application. And I'm going to start with some background. This matter is before the Planning Commission for consideration of a land development plan for a warehouse building approximately 1 million square feet in size, primarily located in Wilsonboro, but approximately 10% overlapping into the city of Easton. Additional land within the city of Easton is part of the land development as it pertains to the overall site development. The application was initially introduced before the Planning Commission approximately 1 year ago, but an actual presentation by the developer was postponed until May 7, 2025, while the developer pursued various approvals required by outside government agencies. On May 7, the City of Easton made a presentation concerning the review of the submission. Thereafter, the Easton staff made that presentation. Thereafter, the applicant made a presentation. Those in attendance, primarily in opposition to the application, made various presentations and presented the commission members with written material, which was later scanned by staff and provided to the applicant. As a result of the volume of information provided that evening, the commission, with the applicant's consent, continued the hearing to the July meeting to allow the commission members time to sort through the information provided. And I'm going to interrupt my prepared remarks just to explain to everyone that when an application is submitted, there begins a 90-day period for the review to be completed. And unless an applicant agrees to the extensions, you are exposed to a deemed approval. So we're very conscientious about time requirements being waived when needed. Applicant's attorney had also expressed a desire to have the opportunity to review what was presented in the event it wished to present rebuttal evidence. That was made known directly to me as a solicitor for the commission by the applicant's attorney, was Charles Courtney, on that evening. In the interim, the Easton planning staff recognized the need for the developer to obtain a special exception in connection with the portion of the site that was located within the floodplain, including a proposal to relocate a watercourse located in the area, a retention basin, and a 40-foot wide access road. Subsequently, staff also requested that a study be provided to obtain information as to potential noise impact of the proposed use. As a result of those developments, the next hearing on the land development plan was postponed to this evening, September 3. In addition to presenting the results of the studies requested by staff, applicant requested and will be provided an opportunity to present rebuttal evidence as to what was submitted and testified to by objectors at the May 7 hearing. Allowance for such an opportunity is fundamental due process. At the conclusion of the testimony of each witness, and again, I'm going to keep the whole history together, I'm going to depart from my opening remarks. We did have a meeting in August on the special exception request. The Planning Commission had recommended against granting that special exception, and a zoning hearing is pending within the next few weeks, I take it. At the conclusion of the testimony of each witness tonight and the presentation as a whole, the commission members will be afforded an opportunity to question the witnesses or the applicant. For those in attendance, please take notes, so at the conclusion of the questions by the Planning Commission, an opportunity will be provided to direct specific questions to me as the acting chair in this phase of the proceedings for responses from the applicant or its witnesses. In other words, I'm going to ask you to direct the question to me. I will consider it, potentially rephrase it, and direct it to the appropriate party. Once that phase is concluded, that is the questions. This isn't for that's not the comments. You'll have an opportunity to do that, and that's at that point. At that point, the applicant's rebuttal and new submission on the noise will be concluded, and those in attendance are given an opportunity to present or comment only to the extent of what is presented tonight by the applicant. That's called surrebuttal in a trial case, so that we're narrowing the scope. We don't bring up new subject matter, just within the subject matter that is introduced tonight. Now, at any time during tonight's meeting, because it's 8:10, and we've learned lessons about going too long, the chair will reserve the right to pause or essentially continue the testimony and evidentiary phase to the October meeting. That next meeting will be October 15th, not October 1st. That was pre-scheduled for the third Wednesday of October. So that tonight, it is definitely possible, and based on past experience, that we may find that after the applicant's presentation, it will be deemed more suitable to continue the meeting, and then at the next meeting in October, give the people who object an opportunity, again within the surrebuttal scope, to make comments, after which the commission will either decide that they will vote and issue and deliberate and then vote, or they can decide, depending on the volume of information that's provided, that it would be more appropriate to wait to the November meeting, which will be only 3 weeks later, and at that point they will deliberate and vote. The applicant has provided by letter the agreement to waive the time periods, provided that once the vote is taken, a written decision must be issued within 15 days, which is what the municipality's planning code requires. I can't turn pages. I'd also like to review some of the legal considerations in reviewing when a planning commission is acting upon a land development plan. And I know I've stated this at some previous meetings. Review of a land development plan is not based on whether a project is liked or disliked. The only relevant consideration is whether the developer has complied with the requirements within the city's subdivision and land development ordinance. Keeping that in mind, the commissioners essentially will have three choices. One would be to approve the plan with conditions as set forth in the staff's proposed resolution. Two, to approve the plan with either those conditions or additional or different conditions. Or three, to deny approval. If they do so, they must do so by giving reasons, and those reasons must be tied into requirements of the Easton Saldo Subdivision Land Development Ordinance, preferably with an indication of what the applicant would need to do to correct any defect in its submission. Finally, on behalf of the Planning Commission, I would request all of you in attendance to respect this process, listen attentively, take notes. It'll be appropriate, it will not be appropriate for anyone to speak or shout out during the presentation. And just as in a courtroom, it is not really appropriate to applaud. This will assure the most efficient way to establish the record for the commissioners to consider when they deliberate and vote. And I thank you all for your courtesies in advance. And with that, the applicant is invited to present its new information on the, that was requested by the staff on the noise study, and whatever surrebuttal, not surrebuttal, whatever rebuttal from the May 7th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Shear. Can you hear me? Do I need to?
They may not be able to hear you outside.
Okay. Let me see if I can move it closer. Just a quick comment or two in addition to what Mr. Shear said. I have asked this to be a hearing under the local agency law as opposed to a meeting that gives me the right to have stenographic record made, and it gives me the right, or my client the right, if people want to get up and make statements of fact, to cross-examine them. We will see whether that is necessary, but I do have a stenographer here. And Mr. Shear, the one thing we did not talk about is whether or not to swear my witnesses. And just to, if this is going to be a formal hearing and with the ultimate possibility of going into court, I would ask that my witnesses be sworn. Can you do that, court reporter? Would you mind if I do that?
I don't have any objection. I think that you and I may have some differences between what a public hearing is and what is under the local agency law. I just agree that as a matter of due process, you have the right to make a record, and because this hearing to me started back on May 7th and is continuing today, except that today you're having that opportunity to have your rebuttal on the record, because otherwise we have to start from scratch from day one.
Okay. Well, then I'll forego the swearing of witnesses. And
If you want to swear them in, you're getting greater credibility that way. So that's up to you.
My witnesses, if you guys would come over, we're going to do this together.
Joel, I need to, as a member of the, I think we have to tell the members, people of the public who come here, that every one of them has the right to hire a lawyer to come in here and examine witnesses. And if you don't, you're relying on what we remember, we the board remembers, and what we do. But you're entitled to come in and examine witnesses if that's what's going to happen.
That's only true, Mr. Schiffman, if they have standing. I'm going to avoid getting into the issue of standing, but everybody does not get the right just because they live in Easton.
Well, if they...
Excuse me, just let me finish, and come in and cross-examine the witnesses. But at this point, I'm not asking to invoke my right to cross-examine whoever wants to come up here and cross-examine my witnesses. But since you raised that point, I will reserve that right. Thank you.
Well, as long as they have a legitimate interest in what you're doing and what we're deciding, they can hire counsel and they can examine the witnesses. They could go out and hire experts and bring them in. That's all they need to be cautioned. That's all.
Mr. Shipman, I just so you know, I have already spoken to several representatives and advised them of the wisdom of having counsel retained for this purpose. And tonight, or next in October, if it comes up to that, when people, they will be given the right to funnel questions through me, but it's not the same as cross-examination.
I'm not assuming that you didn't do that. I just, as a member of this committee, I felt that the members of the public who are coming here and have come in the past and had strong objections, that they should be told that. They can't rely on us. If they don't want to rely on us, they can bring somebody in.
So, my witnesses, Mr. Haas, state your name, please.
Donald Haas,
And your profession is?
landscape architect.
Ben?
Benjamin Muller, I'm an acoustical engineer.
Ian?
Ian Preston, civil engineer.
Jeff?
Jeffrey Smith, environmental consultant.
Could we have them sworn, please?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So with that, my name is Mark Kaplan, and I represent Eastonwood Avenue Propco LLC in connection with its preliminary/final land development application that is before you this evening. And I will add one more thing that I didn't include in my prepared remarks. You are here tonight in an adjudicatory capacity and not in a recommending capacity. This is the Planning Commission, but Mr. Shipman has said in the last application, your duty, you have a different duty as an adjudicator than you do as a Planning Commission who just makes recommendations. I am sure Mr. Scheer will instruct you, but there's law here, and we're going to demonstrate tonight that we have complied with everything. And while as a Planning Commission member, you may have the feelings that I won't recommend it, but as an adjudicator, you have a duty to apply the law. So we are here this evening seeking preliminary final approval from the Planning Commission for the proposed development. That approval would be subject to Easton, my client, obtaining approval of its recently filed application for special exception for the relocation of a portion of the stream that's located on the property. To ensure that the record is clear and that you understand our position, I would like to present a brief overview of the project, and then I will present the testimony of our expert witnesses whom my clients have engaged to rebut the misinformation and falsehoods that have been presented to and by the members of the Planning Commission regarding this application. The property that is the subject of tonight's proceeding is approximately 106-acre tract known generally as 1525 Wood Avenue in the city of Easton. Eastonwood is the equitable owner of the property by virtue of an agreement of sale with the Abruzzi Trust, the legal owner of the property. Copies of the tax map, and Jessica's going to put it on the screen, copies of the tax map for the property and the letter from Abruzzi granting my client authorization to present tonight's application to the board are included in the large binder that I have given to each member of the board as Exhibit A1 and A2. I believe there is A1 on the board, on the screen, which is the tax map, and A2 is a copy of the letter from the Abruzzi Trust authorizing us to make this application. Give me back the tax map, please. As shown on the tax map, the property is irregularly shaped parcel of land located in 3 separate municipalities. Approximately 61.66 acres are located in the borough of Wilson. 15.3 acres are located in Palmer Township, and approximately 29.23 acres of the property are located in the city of Easton. The property has a long history of industrial usage dating back to at least the late 1800s. The historical industrial operations on the property have ceased, and the property is now mostly unimproved and overgrown and has been vacant and underutilized for several years. Property is bounded by Wood Avenue along its southern property line and the Hackett Park Recreational Facility to the west. Wooded areas abut the property to the north, and the Bushville Creek flows in the north to south direction along the property's eastern boundary line. An unnamed tributary to the Bushville Creek traverses the property through an underground tunnel from east to west near its Wood Avenue frontage. Pursuant to Easton's zoning map, a portion of which is included in your exhibit binders as A3. Jessica has put it up on the screen so everybody can see. The base zoning of the property is the AR, Adaptive Reuse Zoning District, and the property is also subject to the Street Corridor Overlay District. Additionally, due to the presence of the unnamed tributary, portions of the property are located in the special flood hazard areas, subject to the 1% or greater chance of flooding in any given year. That is the 100-year floodplain. As classified by the flood insurance study and accompanying flood insurance rate maps prepared by the Federal Emergency Management Agency. As such, portions of the property are located within the Flood Hazard Overlay District, and the redevelopment of the property is therefore subject to the provisions of the Floodplain Management Ordinance, and that's the reason we have submitted an application to the Zoning Hearing Board. My client is proposing to consolidate the separate parcels that compose the property and to relocate and to redevelop the consolidated lot with the Easton Commerce Park, an industrial development for warehouse uses. Warehouse and storage are permitted by right in the AR district pursuant to section 595-22B, paren 34 of the City of Easton zoning ordinance. The proposed development is depicted on the overall site plan included in your exhibit binder as Exhibit 4. And Jessica has put that plan up on the screen. The Easton Commerce Park will be comprised of just over 1 million square feet of warehouse building and related improvements, including off-street parking and loading areas and significant stormwater best management practice facilities. Only an approximately 71,000 square foot portion of the warehouse building is proposed to be constructed in Easton, while the remaining 936,000 square feet of warehouse building will be constructed in the borough of Wilson. There will be no improvements in Palmer Township. The proposed redevelopment also proposes the quote, daylighting and relocation of the unnamed tributary and associated encroachments into the unnamed tributary's floodplain area, such as the construction of a 40-foot wide paved access and the installation of a culvert for crossing the unnamed tributary and certain additional utilities. Land development, excuse me. The land development process for the proposed development was commenced, as Mr. Shear said, through the filing of preliminary/final land development application with the Borough of Wilson on or around April 1, 2023, and my client has been processing the project through the land development review process for 3 separate municipalities and multiple third-party state, county, and local agencies. The development project was unanimously approved by the Wilson Borough Council on September 9, 2024. The land development application for the proposed development was filed with the City of Easton on May 24, 2024, after which, as Mr. Shear stated, the application was subject to a series of reviews conducted by Easton staff and professional consultants, and subsequent plan revisions and resubmissions were made by the applicant in response to the comments received. Now we get to some of the real nitty-gritty. A zoning permit was issued on October 7, 2024 by the city, thereby confirming the proposed redevelopment is in conformance with the applicable requirements of Easton's zoning ordinance. A copy of the zoning permit is included in the binders as Exhibit A5F. I'd like to call your attention to that document.
You know what tab it is? There you go.
Yeah, it's behind the tab F.
Gotcha. Behind tab F?
Yes.
Thank you. F or S? F.
So I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but I want to emphasize the first sentence. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first sentence is, Dear applicant, I have reviewed your zoning permit application to establish a new construction at the above referenced property and herewith issue a zoning permit to you since your proposal is in conformance with the requirements of Easton's zoning ordinance.
I don't want to necessarily interrupt, but it would be easier if I could just ask you about the next sentence in that same page.
Well, I'd rather you didn't interrupt me, but you're the chairman, so go ahead.
Well, it just, I just want to make sure I understand. The next line says the approval, this is October 7, this approval is valid for 6 months in accordance with section 595.05. Failure to obtain a certificate of occupancy prior, within 6 months will result in the zoning application being null and void. So is this a correct reading? Because you have it highlighted here, that this is null and void, or is the purpose just to indicate that at that time, and nothing's changed, it meets city zoning?
Exactly, the last thing you said.
Okay, so
When this application was filed, it met zoning, it met the township's, or the city's zoning requirement.
but does that mean you'd have to
Excuse me,
resubmit?
Excuse me. My understanding is that the zoning ordinance has not changed, and therefore, that is still in effect. In addition, Mr. Shear, you and I know that Section 508, Sub 4 of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code says that any change in zoning after the filing of a plan does not affect the validity of that plan for at least a period of 5 years. So my point is the second part of what you said. We have a plan that complies with the zoning ordinance of the city. Now, the land development application was subsequently approved or recommended for approval by the Easton Fire Department on July 19, 2024, the city forester on July 22nd, 2024, the city planning staff on August 26, 2024, and the city traffic engineer on February 6, 2025. Now, copies of those approvals are attached. They are sub B in the list that we just talked about. Sub B is the fire department review. C is the forester's review. D is the planning department's review. And the planning department's review is significant because it's an in-depth review of the plan. And when you come over to page 4, oh, thank you. So when you come over to page 4, going down second, third paragraph, says the zoning administrator has determined no variances are required with this application. Coming down a little bit further, the proposed improvements are within a developed area that is served by fire and police. And the staff goes on, and then at the bottom, staff recommendation, the proposed warehouse building is a permitted use within the adaptive reuse zoning district. This proposal is appropriate for the location, considering the site was previously used for industrial purposes. The proposed use is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and city codes. Therefore, the submitted plans titled, quote, Easton Commerce Park appear complete enough to support conditional final plan approval with conditions. And if you look over to the next page, to the suggested resolution, the last whereas says the Bureau of Planning has reviewed the submitted plans and recommended that the commission grant conditional final approval of the plans as it is generally consistent with the comprehensive plan and the city codes. In addition to those reviews by zoning and planning, the proposed development has been subject to extensive, maybe the most extensive reviews I've ever seen by the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, the Northampton County Conservation District, and the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, among numerous others, and has received almost all of the permits and approvals needed, not for approval of development, but needed to commence construction of the proposed development at this time. I have a long list. I'm sorry if I'm going to bore you, but I'm going to walk you through exhibits. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know. I never do it. Exhibits A5A through A5B. Let me follow along so I don't mess up. So the first review is from the Pennsylvania State Historic Preservation Office, and it's confirmation of no above-ground concerns, no adverse effects, dated January 10th, 2023.
I'm sorry, where is this located in our booklet?
Sub A below 5.
Sub A below 5. After 5. Thank you.
Does everybody have it? I apologize.
It's okay.
The second one, B, is the Eastern Fire Department approval dated July 19, 2024. C is the planting, and landscaping approval issued by the city forester on July 23, 2024. Exhibit D, I went through just a minute ago, and it's the recommendation of the planning staff. E is the Easton Area Joint Sewer Authority and the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection Sewage Facility Planning. Under Chapter 94, it's a consistency determination dated September 27th, 2024. F is the zoning permit that I referred to a couple of minutes ago. Now, G is a very significant approval by the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, approval under Act 2 of a combined remedial investigation, risk assessment, cleanup plan dated December 17th, 2024. We sat here 2 weeks ago when Commission Member Wagner said that we did not have this approval. We have this approval. H is the Pannoni Associates, the engineers who are Easton Stormwater Consultant. It's a recommendation for approval of the Stormwater Management Plan dated January 14th, 2025. The next one, I, is the city engineer Mark J. Hammerstone's approval of the transportation impact study and highway occupancy review for 1525 Wood Avenue, dated February 6, 2025. J is the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission's Bushkill Creek Act 167 Stormwater Management Ordinance Consistency Letter. As I am sure you know, that under Act 167, each watershed has a particular plan for stormwater management. And in the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, in addition to its job as a planning commission, has also assumed responsibility to review all the stormwater management plans under Act 167. And that approval was granted on February 26, 2025. The next one, K, is an equally significant approval. Call it environmental approval. It is the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System. This is an individual permit for the discharges of stormwater associated with the proposed construction activities, issued on April 15th, 2025. And Mr. Haas will go into that in a little more detail, as Mr. Smith will go into a little more detail on the Act 2 approval. The next one, L, is the permit from the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection, water obstruction and encroachment, issued on April 15th of this year. DEP has jurisdiction over the waters of the Commonwealth in this state, and in those instances when you want to move a water course, which is done very often, such as the moving of the unnamed tributary, you must obtain a water obstruction and encroachment permit from DEP. M is PennDOT, Pennsylvania Department of Transportation's approval of our transportation impact study, which approved the traffic impact study prepared by Mr. Preston, who you've heard from before. N is the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection Act 537 Planning Module exemption dated June 2nd, 2025. That indicates that we have sewer capacity approved by both Easton Area Sewer Authority and DEP. O is an email from the Northampton County Conservation District confirming the Conservation District's approval of the E&S, the Erosion and Sedimentation Control Plans, dated July 31, 2025. I believe it is under Section 102 or Chapter 102 of DEP's regulations that anyone who's going to move dirt around and cause sedimentation or erosion must obtain the approval of an E&S control plan, and throughout the state, that jurisdiction is delegated by DEP to the local conservation district. And finally, P is the conditional approval of the preliminary final land development plan for the Easton Commerce Center issued by Wilson Borough. I've spent a considerable amount of your time going through each one of the approvals and reviews and permits that we have obtained over the last 2 years. We have everything we need except the recently filed special exception which is scheduled before the zoning hearing board on September 18th. There are no remaining comments provided by Easton's planning or zoning staff, as we have addressed everything over this long period of time. Now, despite the approvals of Wilson Borough and the multiple third-party and governmental agencies with jurisdiction over various aspects of the project, the Easton approval process has been stymied in recent months due to misinformation, falsehoods, and hearsay that has been presented to this commission by a group of residents who vehemently oppose the project. However, because the application complies with all applicable provisions of Easton subdivision and land development ordinance, it is our position that the Planning Commission is obligated to approve the land development application for the proposed development, subject only to our obtaining the special exception. I have with me this evening, as you've heard when I had him sworn in, Donald Haas, the landscape architect of the proposed development, Mr. Jeff Smith, a professional geologist and the environmental expert for the project, Mr. Ian Preston, the traffic engineer for the project, and Benjamin Muller, the acoustical engineer for the development. And we have chosen to, in addition to laying out all the permits that I've just done, is to have these experts describe certain areas of this project. And the purpose of that is to dispel all of the comments that this is a horrible a horrible environmental project, that it's a horrible traffic project, and it's a horrible every other kind of project that you heard for months. So with that, I would like to call Don Haas, who you've heard testify numerous times, to the stand.
Good evening.
So we're going to do this a little formally, Don. So please state your name and business address for the record.
Donald Hawes. My business is at 667 Exton Commons, Exton, PA.
So I'd like you to refer to document number 6 in the book that everybody has. Is that a copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes, it is.
Is that an accurate representation of your educational and professional experience?
Yes, it is.
And briefly describe your professional experience as it relates to a project such as this.
I've worked in land development and the land development process for over 20 years with multiple projects throughout the state. I'm a licensed landscape architect in Pennsylvania and Maryland, and I have numerous other certifications that kind of come along when you're doing your continuing education.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Boja Engineering as a branch manager and project manager.
So maybe you've answered this, but I'll ask it again. What is your experience with respect to site planning and the preparation of land development plans?
I've worked on projects from an individual's backyard to buildings larger than what's presented here and everything in between. So far, I've totaled it up. I have over 1,000 projects in Southeast PA, New Jersey, Maryland, and Delaware.
Do you have experience in performing hydrology and hydraulic modeling and floodplain analysis?
Yes, I do.
What is your experience in stormwater engineering and design?
As I previously noted, with all the projects I've done, all of them pretty much touch on stormwater design and making sure that everything is appropriate, complies with the ordinance, and is safe for the public.
And you've testified many times before municipal boundaries.
Yes, I have.
Boards, excuse me. Mr. Shear, I move the admission of Mr. Haas as an engineer in landscape architect as it applies to the preparation of the plans in this matter.
So noted. I mean, I don't have to make a ruling. He obviously has the credentials here on the, it speaks for itself.
Thank you. Thank you. Don, are you generally familiar with the property that is the subject of tonight's hearing?
Yes, I am.
You have been involved in this project since the time the application was filed, is that right?
Correct.
And what work have you, Boja Engineering, performed on this project?
We've done the land development, the stormwater design, the ENS permitting, the NPDS permitting, and Army Corps.
Have you received and responded to numerous Easton reviews of the project?
Yes, I have.
Has your involvement also included communication and coordination with what we typically refer to as outside or third-party agencies?
Yes, it has.
Such as that, all those letters that I've talked about?
Yes.
Thank you. Have you assisted our client in obtaining all of the necessary state and federal permits required for this project that I've already referred to?
Yes.
Were you present for my earlier synopsis to the Planning Commission regarding the land development application and review process, which our client has been engaged in for the last 2 or 3 years?
Yes.
Can you confirm the accuracy of my statements, or is there anything that you would like to add or correct?
There's nothing to add or correct.
Have you been present for the prior meetings of the Planning Commission at which Easton residents who object to the project have argued against the granting of the application? And I'm specifically talking about the meeting held on May 7, 2025.
Yes, I have.
And have you heard the arguments advanced by the objectors?
Yes.
This evening, I want to touch on several of those topics. We start with the floodplain encroachments. You stated you received and responded to numerous Easton reviews of this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did have the occasion to meet with city staff to discuss the project and the proposed redevelopment of the property, didn't you?
We did not meet in person, but we've had phone calls and email correspondence.
In all of the reviews received for the project, was it ever suggested previously that a special exception approval was required for the floodplain encroachments or stream relocation?
No, it was not.
And was the May 7, 2025 meeting before the Planning Commission the first time the issue of floodplain encroachment was ever raised?
No, it was not.
Well, when was the first?
That was after the May 7th meeting.
After that. And after May 7th, you were notified that a special exception will be required for the floodplain encroachments?
Yes.
Did you evaluate Easton's, well, I'm going to move on from that. And did you file a special exception application with the zoning hearing board?
Yes, we did. Our plans met the requirements of the ordinance, so we submitted that application.
So, up on the board, Jessica has put your request for a special exception.
That's 7.
Is that your application?
Yes, it is.
It's pretty thick, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Let's go on to exhibit number 8. And I would ask you to identify exhibit A8.
These are the tributary relocation plans for the project.
So this is an overall plan. This is your overall land development plan, is it?
Correct. It shows the entirety of the site.
Yeah, and the red line going east to west, I guess, is how the stream is going to be relocated, isn't it?
Correct. That would be the final conditions.
So tell us a little bit more, if you can, about those floodplain encroachments and what's going to be done.
So the floodplain encroachments are for the existing floodplain and proposed floodplain with a culvert crossing. The culvert is down the stream bed. Above the culvert will be utilities for gas, water, electric, gas. Stormwater pipes will have to cross that because we're capturing the driveway stormwater and putting that into one of the detention basins on the north side of the relocated stream so that we manage it and clean it up.
Did you conduct an analysis of the impact of the proposed relocation and associated encroachments on both the unnamed tributary and the Bushkill Creek?
Yes.
Just put A9 up, will you please? Now, can you briefly describe for the record what the results, well, first of all, what is A9?
A9 is what we call an H&H report, hydrology and hydraulics modeling for the floodplain analysis. It looks at the existing conditions, proposed conditions, and runs through the models to ensure that we do not create any floodplain issues. We don't raise the elevation on the floodplain or create any issues upstream or downstream.
So what was the result of your examination, your investigation?
The final proposed conditions will be the same or better than the existing conditions. We had no concerns for any issues with the floodplain creating any dangers to the public.
So let's be a little bit more detailed on that. The elevation of the floodplain, are you going to change that?
We are compliant with the ordinance requirements and FEMA requirements. They do allow up to 1 foot change, but we've tried to minimize that to all extent purposes. We've provided floodplain banking along the sides of the relocated stream to also mitigate any future flood concerns.
So to create more stormwater capacity, storage capacity along the creek when there is
a larger storm.
Yes.
Correct.
And what about water quality? What if anything are you doing about water quality?
So as far as the stream relocation goes, the water quality will be improved because we're moving it out of contaminated soils. We're also daylighting it, providing it with a riparian buffer. Happy Stream has happy plants along it. It does not have today. Right now it's either in a concrete trough or underground for most of its length. As far as stormwater water quality on the site, we have multiple stormwater management facilities on the site that will treat the water to filter it and remove pollutants from it prior to its discharge to the unnamed tributary on there. We're using rain gardens, managed release concept basins, and vegetation, and we're doing it in series. So the stormwater from the truck courts goes into basins, filters through before it goes into the lower basin and filters through that again. So we provide as much water quality filtering as we can and in compliance with DEP regulations.
What about habitat? Do you have any effect on habitat?
We have a great effect on habitat and habitat connectivity with relocating the stream. Because it's underground, fish don't go up the existing stream, and we know that Bushkill is a natural trout stream. So once we move it and get it to daylight, then fish will be able to travel up the stream. It's a vital habitat connectivity for upstream and downstream of our project site.
Okay, let's twist a little bit. And what is the reviewing entity with jurisdiction over the floodplain encroachments or the relocation that you're talking about?
DEP, Army Corps, and the local municipalities.
And has DEP already approved the floodplain encroachments?
They have.
And I talked about Exhibit A5L before, and can we go back to that just to emphasize what this approval is?
This is the water obstruction and encroachment permit approval from DEP.
And can you tell us any more about what this is, what you have to go through to do it, what your studies are? Maybe I'm asking you to repeat what you've talked about already, but this is the reviewing agency, is it not?
Correct, and they also work with Fish and Boat Commission and other entities in the state government to ensure that what we were providing is a good habitat. So Fish and Boat looked at it, they liked our stream design, that it didn't just go a straight trough through, we meandered it. We provided some extra little elements of habitat within the stream so that fish can have some shaded areas to go under, some habitat for amphibians as well. They look at all elements of that. So they get into mitigation to ensure that our stream is stable. So we have to prove through our calculations that how it's designed, the capacity that is there will handle what's the normal flow and then flood conditions up to a 100-year flood.
So that's the stream encroachment or water obstruction permit.
Correct.
You also got an NPDES permit.
Correct.
That's stormwater management. That's not necessarily the encroachment permit. Is that right?
Correct. It's separate from the encroachment permit.
Okay. And have you had any further have you had any dealings with the Army Corps of Engineers?
Yes, we have. They issue their part of that encroachment permit. Theirs is called a 404. So my last conversation, approximately a week ago with them, the only outstanding item we have with the Army Corps right now is to put up an escrow fund. And essentially it's to maintain that stream and make sure that the stream is going to be maintained in the future. So they do not issue their permit until that fund is established. It's one of those final conditions, and it's done typically right before construction because it's going to be approximately a $200,000 fund that they has to put together for the Army Corps.
And that runs with the ground, and our client does not yet own the ground, right?
Correct.
So that would normally be put up at the time that final approval is granted and all of the security documents are signed with the municipality.
Correct, just prior to construction.
I believe there have also been arguments presented to the Planning Commission about the adverse environmental impacts expected from this project. Have you been subject to that? Do you agree with the objectors that the project and the development of the property will result in adverse environmental impacts on the city of Easton?
No, I do not, because we've complied with all ordinance elements. We've complied with all DEP elements. That's required to make sure that the stormwater leaving the site is filtered and clean, remove pollutants, that we do not exacerbate anything downstream as far as floodplain is concerned, and that the stormwater that we discharge is the same or less than what is existing running off from the site.
But you also undertook a comprehensive environmental impact or an impact study, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you confirm for me that the document that's marked as A10? Let me get there.
Yes. That is our impact assessment and land suitability analysis. It goes through specific sections of the ordinance as it relates to applicability for our project and addresses each section of the ordinance in order to show that our project is compliant and meets the criteria.
So you prepared this extensive report in response to section 520-40 of the city's ordinance, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you describe, for the record, what conclusions you reached from the results of the analysis conducted under that impact study?
We acknowledge that there's challenges with the project, but that the potential improvement and environmental uplift by relocating the stream, by providing riparian buffers where none exist along the tributary and along the Bushkill. I believe today there's still building foundations pretty much right up to the edge of the Bushkill stream bank. That we're going to improve things as far as environmental concerns.
So that's basically flood pollution, base elevation, stormwater.
Correct.
Now, can you let's move a little bit, but in the same boat, so to speak. Can you explain to the board what the Pennsylvania Natural Diversity Index process encompasses? What we call a PINDI?
A PINDI is an online search where you highlight your project area, and it comes back if there's any threatened or endangered species of concern that need to be handled with your project. Sometimes it's just a matter of when you stage your project. Sometimes there's larger concerns that you have to do avoidance measures.
But you got to go through a number of agencies to get
Yes.
to the end, don't you? So I'm going to ask you, what agencies were involved in your getting the PINDI?
U.S. Fish and Wildlife, PA Game Commission, DCNR. There's a fourth one. I'm just Game Commission and Fish and Boat Commission for the state. That would be the last one.
And did you submit a request? You said it's online. Is that the way you submit the request?
Correct.
And you
fill out a
submit
form.
you submit that to DCNR, the Pennsylvania Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, don't you?
Correct. They run the PNDI system.
It goes to the Game Commission.
Game Commission, Fish and Boat Commission,
U.S.
Fish and Wildlife, and DCNR.
And what were the results of the PINDI investigation?
The PINDI found nothing on the project site. I was actually honestly surprised from that. It just said no further review. There was nothing there. Knowing it's a natural trout stream, we did expect something, but they have not had anything documented at the project site, or I believe within 1 to 2 miles of the project site.
And could we go to A11 and could you identify that?
Yes, that's our most recent PINDI. They do expire after 2 years. So we initially started this project earlier. We did have to renew it last year because DEP will require that you have an up-to-date PINDI in place throughout your permit process. So this one will expire in 2026. During construction, we'll actually have to submit to them an updated PINDI.
Could we now go to Exhibit A12? And could you identify A12? Existing conditions?
It's not showing up on there, but from your book is the existing conditions and site analysis plan.
Did you prepare or oversee the preparation of this plan?
Yes, I did.
And does this plan depict the wetlands area of the property?
Yes, it does.
Yes, do you have it or?
I'm sorry, it is not loading. I'm not quite sure why.
Okay. Well, just got.
You want to close out of the other ones, the other exhibits maybe? Exhibit 10 and 11.
sure.
All right, well, the board has the exhibit. I tried to have every exhibit so that the audience could see it, but apologize about that. Please explain for the record where the wetlands are located. And here, use my map.
The wetlands are located on the north side of the existing stream. Not sure if you can see where I'm pointing here. And they're denoted by flagged locations like W1, 2, etc.
I'm sorry, is that where the pink begins?
Just above where the pink begins.
From the left. Working from left to right. So here. Yep. Thank you.
Are you looking about A12? Yeah, okay, gotcha. And that's where the wet begins?
That's where the wetlands that are found on the site are.
Does the project propose any disturbance with in either the wetlands or the required wetland buffer?
For those wetlands, it does propose disturbance of them.
And has a wetlands determination been obtained?
Yes, it has.
And that was obtained from whom?
From the Army Corps.
And what is involved in getting the Army Corps to issue a jurisdictional determination?
A wetlands biologist will go out to the site. We call it boots on the ground, walk around. They have to physically walk the entire site and document the site where there are wetlands. They also have to document where there aren't wetlands when they're finding an absence of it. For this project site, they only found one specific area that was qualified to meet the definition of wetlands per PA regulations. It has to have hydrology, the correct soils, and the correct biota, flora and fauna that would be appropriate for a wetlands. So the wetlands area that was found was 0.06 acres. There was some discussion back and forth with the Army Corps and the wetlands biologists questioning it because it's actually inside the foundation of a former building that was on the project site. So it's not like a natural wetlands that's out along a natural stream that's been there for decades and decades. It just kind of happened to form in an old building foundation when they just dumped some dirt in there and left a path for the water to go in there. So that information from the wetlands biologist is sent to the Army Corps, and they either agree with it or request modification to it based on what they're looking at, and they're considered the kind of the ultimate authority on a wetlands determination.
And then just to finish that, obviously you've done some water obstruction, so you've got that permit, and you said that's a joint permit with the Army Corps. So
correct.
Are you doing anything to the wetlands?
Those wetlands will be covered over as part of the construction process. It's also part of relocating the stream. We're going to take the hydrology away from the wetlands, so the wetlands will be functionally dead once we relocate the stream away from the contaminated soils and daylight it from that area there.
And what is involved with reconstructing, or why are we putting up $200,000? Does that have anything to do with this?
That's partly for the wetlands, but mostly for the stream relocation encroachment. The wetlands and waters encroachment. It's kind of a both permit there.
Switching topics, the objectors have also argued that the development of the project as currently proposed will cause degradation of the unnamed tributary of the Bushkill Creek and to the Bushkill Creek. Do you agree with that?
No, I do not. This was one of the first projects where I got DEP and the Army Corps to kind of sit up and go, "What are you doing? Oh, that actually sounds good." Instead of their normal stance where they kind of hammer and question me on everything. They still hammered and questioned me on everything else of this project, but the concept of moving the stream that we presented to them was a positive concept because it provides a lot of beneficial environmental uplift.
And as I said before, and maybe this is repetitive, but you also have to deal with Act 167, and I guess excuse me one second, the post-construction stormwater management plan, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain for the record what that means for the project's proposed stormwater management system? That is what we call a post-construction stormwater management plan, for which you need an NPDES permit.
Correct. We also need the local municipality approval of those. So we had Borough of Wilson, City of Easton, their Pannoni was the outside reviewer, and Lehigh Valley Planning Commission also has jurisdiction to approve Act 167 stormwater submissions for anything, I believe, along the Bushkill, but they might have further than that. So we fell under 3 different reviews, separate from DEP. DEP also provided a review of that, and their review is focused on rate, volume, and water quality to make sure that we do not exacerbate anything downstream. We don't just dump it out and just leave it happen for downstream, that we provide the correct filtering and improvements to the water quality so that we're providing clean discharge from our project site.
And that's Exhibit A13, is it not? The post-construction stormwater management report.
Correct.
You prepared that.
Correct.
And I think you've already described in your last couple of comments all the things that that plan provided for. Did you not?
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. So we're not going to repeat that. But give us a little detail on what the facilities that will be included in that stormwater management plan.
Primarily, it is inlets that capture the water directed to stormwater basins. We have 3 large basins on the site. 2 of them are closer to the truck court. We'll take water from the truck court there, provide some filtering through that, and slow the water down. And those then discharge to the larger basin. That basin is our primary water quality basin. It's what they call a managed release concept. It has 2 to 3 feet of soil media, specific media with compost, sand, and other elements in it, so that the water has to filter through, and there's an underdrain system underneath, a rather large underdrain system to kind of collect only the clean water that's coming through and meter that out slowly. It's only on larger storms. DEP's main focus is a 2-year storm, and everything below that, which is all your first flush that comes off of a project site, get that dirtiest water after it's been dry for a month and the trucks are going, flush that through the basin and through the filtering, and then the larger storms where there's more water will get metered out through your standard outlet structure that's around for almost all stormwater basins in the state that does that.
I want to move on from stormwater, but there are a couple of 3 or 4 conclusionary questions that I'd like to ask you. Does the TCMS plan, the post-construction stormwater management plan, incorporate best management practices to protect the water quality of the Bushkill Creek and the unnamed tributary?
Yes, it does. They're standard DEP approved BMP practices.
And are the stormwater management facilities designed to minimize erosion and sedimentation?
Correct.
Are the stormwater management facilities designed to protect water quality?
Yes.
Are the stormwater management facilities designed to preserve the flood carrying capacity of both the unnamed tributary and the Bushkill Creek?
They are.
And who are the reviewing entities with jurisdiction over the stormwater management system design for the proposed development?
Wilson Borough, City of Easton, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, and DEP.
And have each of them approved the stormwater management system as proposed?
They have.
Can we go, we'll try and expedite it, A, 5, H, J, K, and O?
Going backwards.
Going backwards.
What? One more time. A5.
Okay, quickly. We touched on this before. A5H is,
That is Pinoni's final review for City of Easton on the stormwater management, noting that we are compliant with all elements of the ordinance.
let's go to J.
As Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, same notes, noting that we are compliant with all elements of the Act 167.
And K.
That is the individual NPDS permit note letter from DEP regarding the stormwater discharge.
And one more, O.
And that is an email from the Northampton County Conservation District noting that the ENS permit is inclusive in the NPDS permit. They do not issue a separate document to say that you're approved. It is part of the NPDS permit.
Is it fair to say that these documents confirm that the proposed stormwater system has been approved by the entities with jurisdiction over their design?
Yes.
Let's talk about steep slopes. If we could refer back to the existing conditions plan that we couldn't get on the board,
We do that now.
We got that? Is that A12 that's
Yes.
up there? Are there any steep slopes, any steep slope areas on the property?
Yes, there are steep slopes throughout the property. Some of them man-made, some a little more natural.
Are any of the improvements proposed on steep slope areas?
There are some improvements on the steep slope areas.
And will there be any disturbances to the steep slope areas in connection with the project?
Yes, there are some disturbances.
Are there steep slope regulations contained in the zoning ordinance?
Yes, but we comply with those, and we've gotten no comments from the city engineer regarding the proposed methods for stabilization that we've put forth.
I have no further questions for Mr. Haas.
I believe it would be appropriate now on this witness for the members of the commission, if they have any specific questions based on what's been testified to by Mr. Haas, to ask questions, including anything that Mr. Kaplan had discussed that is within Mr. Haas's purview.
I have a couple questions with regard to, can we bring up item number 10, the impact assessment and land suitability analysis? Mr. Haas, again, you talked about your background in hydrologics, stormwater analysis, these types of things, a lot of the things you've testified to already. And you in this document, you have that you've prepared this. You prepared this document.
Correct.
Right. Did you receive assistance from others? Did you prepare this completely on your own?
I did have assistance from others. Somebody in our office does the PNDI. They gave that to me. No issues on the PNDI.
Okay.
I do have somebody else type me things up and proofread for me as well. But for the most part, this was more or less my work.
Okay.
There's a geotech report that's an appendix. That's somebody else.
Okay. But other than the things that you mentioned, this you prepared.
Correct.
You prepared this. You go through the aspects of the Saldo 520. Excuse 51040.
I might have a typo on the 5.
I think it's supposed to be 52040.
Yes.
Yeah, 52040. In particular, we can go to, let's see, page 10. It's regarding section 510 of 52040 A10.
A10. Okay, that section, provided by KCI Technologies, I noted there, the traffic engineer. That
Right.
would be
So you didn't have anything to do with this part of the.
that particular section now.
Okay. About on the next page, number 11, item A12.
So A12 was written after reviewing the Act 2 process and going through that with, I believe, Langen, as we've been involved with them throughout the project and on numerous kind of calls and updates, because all these pieces have to kind of fit together as we go through it.
Okay. And it talks about no undue with existing construction-related and future air and water quality, noise levels. I know we'll hear about noise later.
I'm gonna have the environmental engineer from Langen.
Great.
That I think you may wanna hear.
Okay. And items such as toxic materials, vapors and gases. The referenced in here is that's no conditions will generate a problem with that.
Correct.
Yeah, we haven't done any kind of environmental analysis of trucks and so forth. That's doesn't seem to be that's not a part of this.
That's not part of the ordinance requirements.
Okay. On page 12, section A15, the bottom of the page. I'm referring here to that this is required to provide alternatives to the project, and you note here that limited alternatives were explored. You noted a couple of those. You mentioned here that smaller buildings were not analyzed as the project has to achieve a set economic goal to be a viable functional project and to meet current market demands for the type of warehouse proposed. Did you write that?
Yes.
Okay. So you've also a background in economics and market analysis in addition to what you've already testified to as what your expertise is.
No, the economics for the project that I understand is, I've looked at the total construction costs that's going to be needed for this, noting that the stream relocation is going to be more than $1 million. Some of the other environmental improvements, that way if you do a smaller building, it's just logical that smaller buildings don't create enough income for the developer to pay for all the improvements necessary on the project site.
So this is your judgment based on the environmental aspects of this and what they might cost, and as to whether that's economically viable. Because
correct,
it doesn't feel like it reads that way here. It reads that the project has to achieve a set economic goal, and it doesn't mention anything about environment. So that's why I'm asking the question. But that's your judgment at this point. Yeah. Okay.
You gotta say, you can't just shake your head.
Correct.
That's your judgment, even though it doesn't say it that way. That's your judgment. Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Did you have anything to do with the negotiations with the staff?
With regards to what?
The recommendation that we approve this?
There weren't really negotiations with them. It was just providing them the documentation that say we meet all the requirements.
Did you know that there was a recommendation that included the fact that there was going to be a sum of $250,000 paid to the city for use, whatever?
Yes, that's relation to the traffic improvements.
Okay, who negotiated that?
I'm not sure.
And why was that negotiated?
I think to set the city at ease that if there's any future conditions that aren't known at this time, or something comes up, that the city has some sort of means to.
In all
Figure something
your years as an expert, have you ever seen a city or any other entity, governmental entity, say, hey, just if we get this approval, we'll throw a $250,000 cash in because we think you may have to make some adjustments after we make it.
It's not because they think it was to ease the city's concerns, that they want to be a good citizen as they come in, and city kept expressing concerns. So this was a means to provide the city a buffer in case they had any issues with that.
Wait a minute, Don. Mr. Shipman, I see it every day. In fact, I see it every day, and you're implying that there's something wrong being done here.
Now,
and
are you testifying? You're testifying.
I am testifying.
Well, that's not fair.
It is absolutely fair.
I
when
can
you
testify. I've done municipal work and never seen that.
What about Act 209?
I was surprised to read that somebody wanted the city of Easton to get $250,000 if they approved this, and it didn't matter what they did with it.
I'll show you 3 projects in Palmer where that just was done.
If I may, as the chair, this entire line is inconsistent with the objective tonight of rebuttal only, and we've gone longer than rebuttal in some ways, but I don't know any way, when you consider the scope of what was discussed on May 7th, it's almost impossible not to do that. But for
May the 7th, what is it?
May 7th was when we had the evening that lasted until 12:45 a.m.
All right, I'm not going to be long, but
I mean, this witness testifies as within a limited capacity and would not have been part of that team that would have had whatever negotiations occurred. It's as fair a question to ask the staff as anyone else, but I think for purposes of the procedure tonight, we should really limit it to the testimony that was given tonight.
he's already told us it was more for traffic that he was worried about. Somebody was worried about.
There's no question about it. It was always built in on that basis when it was presented initially.
Okay. Thank you. Did you have anything to do with that?
No.
Who did that?
I'm going to object. It's beyond his knowledge.
Oh, all right. But there's no question that was.
Mr. Scheer, can we cut this off?
I just thought I was trying to do that.
I thought you were too.
And I mean, we didn't go back to the initial, the resolution that you read into the record earlier, the recommended resolution, that has morphed over time with the meetings. So just to be clear, the last resolution, which is actually in tonight's package, includes the items that were discussed and negotiated by some member of city administration. I had nothing to do with that, but my understanding, and I can state this to Mr. Shipman, was that there were concerns that there might be, there was a certain degree of satisfaction. This is only in some staff. This doesn't bind anything that the commission is tied to. That proposed traffic mitigation should work, but there might be needs for additional signage to help assure the compliance with the plan, and this would provide a certain contingency fund to cover that. That's as far as I understand it as initially presented, and our planning director has nodded his head and that was the genesis of that $250,000 being part of the resolution, and we discussed, I think in some way earlier meeting, that the way that would be protected would be through the development agreement that the applicant would have to enter into as part of the conditions of an approval.
The applicant would have to enter into what kind of an agreement?
A development agreement. Everything that's been discussed tonight is all going to be, if this is approved, an additional step will be the city staff preparing a developer's agreement to assure that all of the items that need to be complied with in the future are complied with and funded before any permits are given to do construction.
The resolution that was submitted to us said nothing about that. Said nothing about that. It said $250,000 in the event there had to be any signage, I think was the word.
Mr. Shearer, I'm sorry, but I've got limited time, and I've got 3 other experts here. And at a minimum, I'd like to get the environmental expert on.
Okay, I can only assure Mr. Shipman that a provision such as item number 5, which discusses it, the way these things get incorporated eventually is in the developer's agreement. Because when we talk about city engineer comments shall be addressed, which is part of it, it all goes into the development agreement that would have to be entered into. And in the event there is a desire to approve this plan subject to conditions, that certainly can be added at that time to assure that. But I think we need to go on with any questions specifically within the province of what Mr. Haas testified to this evening, including his consents to some of the leading questions that were asked in that process. But that's the scope of the questions that the commission members should follow up with. So if we go down the line, unless Mr. Shipman has any other questions specifically within that scope.
Thank you for answering my question. No, I have no other.
I wanted to ask, because I thought the questions were being directed only to Mr. Haas, but Mr. Kaplan, you said that you're testifying as well. I'm concerned with questions that I have about some of the items that you presented already.
I testified with regard to what Mr. Shipman said about what other municipalities do.
Okay.
Everything that I said, I asked Don whether I was accurate or not.
So any of the other documents that you presented that were not questions for Mr. Haas, those are not applicable for right now?
As Mr. Kaplan is not under oath, and therefore I can say, including some of the less than complimentary comments that were volunteered early on, is not of particular relevance. What is relevant is that Mr. Kaplan has put into the record the ability of Mr. Haas to essentially incorporate by reference what was said.
Okay, then I'll reserve those for another time. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Can you pull up the other page that you had up there earlier?
That's the April 15, 2025 water obstruction and encroachment, a letter from the DEP. It's not in this. We don't believe it's in this book, but it was in the book at the last time, and it was shown up on. It was pulled up on the board.
Water encroachment permits in here, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, the water obstruction.
Water obstruction. It was from DEP, dated April 15. Water obstruction and encroachment from DEP.
What exhibit is it, Jeff? Do you know?
5L, A5L.
Let me get it up at the same time.
Can you read the second paragraph there?
Please be advised that you do not have federal authorization for this project, and such authorization is required prior to starting your project in accordance with procedures established with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. You'll be contacted directly by the Corps regarding federal authorization.
Is there a reason why that we don't have the updated set of plans? Like, we don't have any plans, like the plans that we have. I don't understand what the whole purpose of today is, when all we really need is to have the construction drawings. Like, we don't have any. Like, nothing's been given to us since like April. Like, that's what the ones that we're approving, April, even though that they've been revised all the way up through March of 2025, we're supposed to be approving plans that say April 1st of 2023. Like,
There's been
we just
updated
really need,
plans provided to the city staff
No,
during
they
this
said
process during
no.
the reviews.
no,
when
they
they've-
haven't been updated. They say,
You know, I'm gonna object. You say that what he says is no. Are you
Dwayne.
testifying?
Excuse me, it is in a sense out of order, but it's a relevant question to get straightened out. I do want to follow up though with the specific item that was asked to be brought up on the board and the paragraph that was written on the, for the Army Corps of Engineers. Is there something still missing that is needed to complete that, to respond to that paragraph?
That was what I spoke to earlier, the 404 permit, the last part, and I just talked to the Army Corps last week. After one of the objectors was reaching out to the Army Corps, they reached out to me, and we're clarifying the last piece. It's just the escrow fund for the maintenance of the stream relocation going on into the future. It's not something where a developer will put up $200,000 while he's still waiting for other permits and approvals just to get that. That permit approval is typically done right before construction. The money is put into escrow and the permit is issued.
will you pull up your plans that show like your water obstruction permit, or the checklist of like the 9 or 10 things, and if you could possibly like side by side with your plans and show everybody on your plan what each one of those things means, because the list isn't all conclusive of all of the things that should be on there for what.
Well, one thing at a time. The question was, can you pull up the plan that addresses those issues? Is it shown on a physical plan?
No, just compare that list to the plan. Show everybody.
I'm gonna object.
The narrative of the
This
plan.
is the same game that Ms. Wagner played at the last time. We have the permit. We have the permit.
I have questions, legitimate questions. I don't
Now,
understand
you
why
want to
don't.
take a checklist that goes
Because you want to
on
call me a liar. He could show everybody.
I call you a liar?
I want us to be careful here. Every single person in this room cares about doing this right.
Right.
And every single person in this room deserves to be heard, and nobody deserves to be belittled. So let's take our temperature down a little bit. Let Ms. Wagner ask her questions. If you have an objection, let's not get personal.
You were here
There's been
last
enough.
time. Ms. Hudson, you were here last time when Ms. Wagner said that we do not have an Act 2 permit. She said it four
That's
times.
actually not what she said. I was here, and so
Didn't say Acts 2.
now you've got a record. You'll be able to go back and compare and contrast your recollection to what actually was said. My point is, let's try to act with a little respect. We're all a little tired. We're all volunteers up here. We don't deserve to be badgered or bullied. Would you agree with that?
I would agree that.
Outstanding. So why don't we continue?
And I think that what Ms. Wagner's looking for is definitive answers to clear up things that she has concerns about that should be there in black and white. If the purpose is to give full information that proves that you've met everything to get a approval because you've checked off every bit, what's needed here is there is a frustration being expressed by one of the commission members because she cannot see and verify for herself that certain things have been complied with. So that's the reason for that question,
But that's
if I'm
why
correct.
we have the permit. The Army Corps, the DEP approved this permit. It can have checklists for 97 things, and if they're not relevant, we don't need them. And that's what we went through 2 weeks ago.
I believe that this is an appropriate question to ask so that you could see the permit, because people make mistakes, people take shortcuts, and we just want to know, we just want for everybody here to know that everything was done properly, and that what may have been presented is what is presented to the city of Easton. That's one and the same.
Item number 1, fill within a 0.064 acre wetlands. Those were the wetlands that were shown on your existing conditions plan. And the fill involved is this driveway crossing to get up to grade. Approximately right where the mouse is where that wetlands is being done. Number 2 is a channel change, is where we relocate the stream from where it's at now and to the red area shown on there. Number 3. Read the
Excuse me, he's in the middle of testifying.
What I want him to read the description of it and explain to the description of what is
Ask a
approved.
question.
Yeah, that you just did. Could you please read the provision and you finish the question, because that's what you were asking.
A channel change within an 870-foot segment of the UNT to Bushkill Creek, high-quality cold water fish, migratory fish, consisting of relocation of the existing stream channel, construction of a 1,532-foot long, 8-foot wide, 1.1-foot deep trapezoidal channel, having 2.5 to 1 side slopes, a bed lined with R3 riprap, and longitudinal slopes ranging from 0.01% to 3%.
Can you show where and explain what that means?
The existing tributary, I think we still have that. Yep, we still have that up. Refers to the area in purple. The area that is underground is essentially considered a piped portion of it. And then the proposed is referring to the red area there for the relocated channel.
And that's how long is that distance?
1532.
And that's the whole red line.
The red is actually showing floodplain, so it might be slightly short of that. Our relocated channel ends right here, where it meets up with the existing unnamed tributary prior to the Bushkill. We don't have anything that touches into the Bushkill. That was an important part of our design. So we actually stop a little bit short of that. Would you like me to continue?
Continue what? What's the question?
Number 3, stream crossing, consisting of a 75-foot long, 96-inch diameter concrete culvert with concrete wing walls. That is the culvert for the driveway crossing of the unnamed tributary. Number 4 is for utility line. For a 12-inch water main, it would be coming up the road. Like I said earlier, the culvert sits down low, though utilities are actually crossing above the culvert.
Does that note there for the culvert, does that match what like the geotechnical report says? Like I thought I read something differently on the geotechnical report for like what was going to be required for that. That only says like that's only going to be, you only need a 1-foot embedment there for that.
For the 1-foot embedment, that is so that natural stream bed material can be within the culvert. So it's not the bottom of the culvert that the stream is running on.
So that whole, all that.
That round
Like
culvert,
the bridge,
essentially, you
like
sink
the-
it down a little so the stream flows through it.
Like the bridge part, is that part of, like the bridge, is that part of your permit?
It's a culvert, not a bridge there.
But do you need one to put the bridge part, like the bridge in there? Like you're putting the bridge in. So is the bridge included in that?
Are you referring to over along Hackett Ave?
No, right there.
Or right on our site, the road crossing?
That bridge, is that bridge part of your plans, the pedestrian bridge? Are those listed in this list?
The pedestrian bridge is not part of our permit.
It's like in the floodplain, like do you need for fill, like you're putting fill in there that's not on there?
If for the pedestrian bridge to move forward, it would require an additional permit.
So are we worried about not getting the pedestrian bridge because it's not on there?
That would require the city to be the applicant, is my understanding for that one.
No, we have it, if, as part of our ordinance, when we have a land development application, there's a portion of like a trail or a park, that's part of it. So it's not like a gift to us, it's like written into our code that we're getting that. So, I do have, like, as part of, I have a lot of questions about that part, so, I don't know, but I'll let you keep going.
Number 4 was, like I said, the water line within the driveway into the site. Number 5 is for stormwater crossing, because we are capturing what is south that's on the driveway, and we're piping it over to the stormwater basin so it goes to water quality.
So pretty much everything just on Wilson Borough side, everything that you need for that part for Easton side still needs to be added.
Objection. I don't know what.
Well, the question is, are there improvements that need to be added that are going to be completed on the eastern side? That the way the question should be?
Correct.
With regards to the list I'm going through,
Is there additional items?
number 9 is not shown on here, but we have the discharge from the large basin. It goes through a level spreader that is along the creek here, and it actually is aimed to feed one of the wetland pockets here to provide a source of water for the wetlands pocket every time there's a storm. That would be on the eastern side.
Do you need to include the fill and fence posts?
Fence posts, no.
Are we not getting fence? How steep are those?
The floodplain that is shown there is the red, so any fence would be up and outside the floodplain.
For the detention, the green pond behind it, is that getting fenced?
It probably will be fenced. I believe the slopes qualify, so yeah. But that's outside the floodplain.
That's outside the floodplain?
The floodplain is the red that you're seeing there.
Well, it's also a floodplain for, like, it's part of a drainage easement. Like, I think it's like part of I can picture it being like orange on our map, that whole area right there. You have it listed from here to here, like on some of your plans, it'll say wetlands or floodplain from here to here. I don't have the most current set, but
What's the question?
is that wetlands there? It's the floodplain, like he needs.
What is the question?
Do you need to get a permit to add the fence posts?
No, it is outside the floodplain.
Okay. On your plans, the floodplain, you just have that as like white? It's like a white color on the plans? See, part of the problem is like we don't have the plans. Like I know that in the book
Objection.
that you gave us, it says 59 pages. Like our set only has 39 pages. So I might be asking questions that are silly because we don't have.
None of your questions are silly.
We don't have any of them. But I do have, I mean, if I can ask some, I've got plenty. For the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, it says, well, this project, how many acres is going to be affected? You put 1 through 39 acres, that's all of the acres that's being affected there?
What are you referring to?
What I just pulled out of the book here for the National Department of Conservation and Natural Resources.
Do you have an exhibit so I can?
Wait a minute. I want to know what the question is.
Is the project only affecting 1 to 39 acres? That's what his application to the Conservation District said.
Which exhibit are you looking at? So I can look at it too.
I pulled it out of one of my books. Is it 13?
What is it?
An application
What
to
exhibit is
the
it?
Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. Is that accurate? That only 49,
1 to 39 acres. Of forest or woodlots only.
I didn't hear you.
Let me bring up the PNDI. So when you fill out the PNDI, it'll ask you specific questions as you go through it. And one of the questions was, will the project affect 1 to 39 acres of forest, woodlots, or trees? And yes, the answer, the question was above it. My answer was, it will affect 1 to 39 acres of forest, woodlots, and trees. Because there are trees on the site greater than 1 acre, but it will affect less than 39 acres.
Can you read question 2?
Is a tree removal, tree cutting, or forest clearing of 40 acres or more necessary? And the answer is no.
And you're not,
Because there's existing development on the site, existing portions of the site are cleared from the previous development on the site. We were under the 40-acre threshold. The PIND looks at less than an acre, 1 to 39, and above 40.
with the walking trail, is that going to be an easement or a covenant?
That'll be up to the city on that.
Excuse me. I don't know what the difference is.
You don't know the difference between an easement and a covenant?
Yeah, with regard to a trail.
Well, it's part of like our ordinance for, I don't know what the,
But that document will, whatever that document is, it will be negotiated, or at the time of final approval, it will be part of all of the other documents that Mr. Scheer talked about, and whatever it has to be, it will be.
I just want to know, is it mapped out? Is it mapped out, like how wide is the walking trail?
I believe we gave it 8 feet and is generally mapped out within a sewer easement because we could not do any repairing and planting in that sewer easement. So it made the perfect choice to put the walking trail on top of the sewer easement that runs along the Bushkill Creek. I believe it's Forks Township actually owns the easement, but we had to do riparian buffers along the Bushkill Creek. And that was a strip in there that I believe is 15 to 20 feet wide that we can't plant trees. So it makes a perfect place to put the walking trail.
And how wide is the pedestrian bridge?
I do not have a design on that.
What type of equipment will you need to inspect and maintain the retaining wall? And how will you be able to go down there to inspect and maintain the retaining wall?
Go down where?
To the trail, like if you're
on the project site?
I'm going to object to this. Is way beyond the scope of direct examination.
I don't think so, because if somebody
I'm
gets
addressing
injured
that
down
to the
there, I'm
chairman.
curious to know what the weight of the bridge is going to be, and then if an ambulance can get down there, because
The presentation was so broad in the sense that these permits were all inclusive for purpose of the conclusion that everything has been met, so that in the interest of completion, and I think the commissioners basically can, they're open until they deliberate to ask questions anyway, as far as the hearing goes. So, we should keep ourselves confined as much as possible, but it seems like a potentially legitimate question within the realm of this particular expert potentially.
These questions are things that are usually in the purview of the staff and the township engineer as to whether or not this little piece is big enough to take care of the equipment that has to maintain something. I just think it's very, very far afield.
So if the walking
make
trail is
your
8
record-
feet
you make your
and the
call.
pedestrian bridge hasn't been designed yet, can you make sure that an emergency vehicle or whatever equipment that you would need to be able to maintain your retaining wall could be done?
The retaining wall, we would access through our own project site, not over the pedestrian bridge.
How
As far
else-
as an emergency vehicle, there's access on the north side through the existing apartment and where the trail comes through itself. So they wouldn't have to drive a vehicle over a pedestrian bridge.
From the other side?
The existing trail comes along the north side of the property and dead ends approximately here, where the mouse is.
So from like Palmer Township, you'd have to come in from Palmer.
Well,
You can't see them.
well, yeah, I mean, I think ultimately a lot of that would be part of the operations and within the purview of what otherwise will be commented upon by the engineering department. I think we need to focus on the documents that we presented tonight and the testimony specifically presented tonight, or if there is something that's just missing from this particular area. Did you want?
Rock falling and stuff.
Can I
Yeah.
wanna jump
Go
in,
ahead.
take a little break?
Sure.
All right. You talked a little bit about 1 to 39 acres and whatnot. So the city's forester didn't require you in the removal of the trees to plant trees elsewhere?
I do not recall that as being part of the review, though we did provide a pretty substantial riparian buffer along the Bushkill Creek and trees along the relocated tributary that maybe we met the requirement, so you didn't have a comment.
Do you have any sense as to how many trees will be eliminated in this construction, roughly?
I do not.
Not even a ballpark?
I'd have to start looking
More than
at
5,
areas.
less than 1 million, kind of thing.
You could pick that range.
Yeah, great, okay. The rock face to the north of the development, that's gonna be blasted away, right?
I do not know how they're gonna do that. That's means and methods in construction.
Isn't that kind of important to understand how that's gonna be removed? How that's gonna be excavated on a brown site?
So you're talking the rock face that's in Wilson.
Excuse
Yeah.
me, you said of a brownfield site.
Yeah.
We have the expert, we have the environmental, the geologist who.
To your point, you're right, I apologize. Yeah, we'll come back to that wall then. All right, then. I just can't get this out of my craw here a little bit. Spring Brook, the unnamed tributary, as you guys call it. Somebody else calls it Spring Brook. I like Spring Brook, so I'm going to call it that. Okay. You're going through the process of daylighting that tributary, which means you're gonna dig. Where's the dirt go?
The dirt that's pulled from that area where the stream's going is going to be used elsewhere on site.
Elsewhere on the site.
Dirt gets moved around on large construction sites. So as they dig
The
that,
contaminated soil has some very specific treatment that needs to be required with it.
We're
Part
gonna
of the
have
reason.
the
Are
environmental.
you going to let me ask my question? You're going to interrupt every time there's something you think
Well,
is not
I'm-
cool.
I'm going to object when you
To
ask
what?
him to your referring to what the contaminated soil is, when I've told you that we have the expert here who has done all the engineering for that.
Well, see, here's where we run into a little bit of problem, my friend, right? Is that we have the landscape engineer here. He's talked about the excavation aspects of this tributary, right? And you don't want me to ask him questions because you got an environmental person that's coming up.
No.
Do I have
that's
that
not-
right?
No, you don't have it right. It's when you started talking about the contaminated soil. We haven't even determined at this point where the contaminated soil is because I haven't put my witness on. So you're making some assumption about where the contaminated soil is in relation to the creek. and you're asking him to answer a question that he can't answer. And if you really want the
All right,
answer,
let's try it this way then. The soil, whether contaminated or not, is going to be removed from somewhere and placed somewhere. It will need to be carefully removed unless it is determined that it is not contaminated. What is the plan for that removal of soil in order to determine whether or not it needs to be carefully removed or can be taken to a fill site somewhere?
that's the,
That'll be the environmental guy. I can speak to that.
And is that one of the, is that within those plans that were submitted in the book?
yes.
And part of the reason I'm having difficulty with this is I actually took the time to read through some of the thousands of pages that were uploaded 4 days ago onto their shared site. And I actually read through, as I had requested last time, where the contaminants were, what the contaminant levels were. So I do have a little bit of an idea of what's going on here. Now, I will, at your request, table my questions until the environmental guy is here, does the best he can, and I can appreciate that. Okay? Let's try to stay calm.
Let's try to stay on point.
Wow, you're amazing. Okay, so, why is there not a guard tower in this plan?
I know that was mentioned at one of the previous meetings. As Scanel builds them, they do not plan for a guard shack. There is room for a guard shack on either side, on either driveway, as trucks come in if a future owner wants that. But it's just not in the plan that's presented to you.
Just not there.
Somebody wants to build in the future, that's up to somebody else. But as far as what Scanel is looking to build and what is presented here, it's not.
Cool. I have some questions that we'll be asking the traffic people when they come up. In terms of the width of the driveways going in and out, they are, I think you mentioned 40 feet wide?
Some sections are 40, some are narrower, especially for just the pedestrian, or not the pedestrian, the regular vehicles, not the trucks. The trucks need an additional width for some of the turn areas.
In that scenario, nope, we get into traffic there. Okay. So what would you say is the narrowest portion of the driveway going on that?
Narrowest portion is probably down to 24 feet around the regular parking spaces. Generally, we keep things no less than 33 feet for where trucks need to maneuver.
Okay. And then what is the width of the largest truck we're, do you know this? What the width is? What
The width,
is of
I'll
the
defer
larger
to
truck?
traffic if he knows
Do you
that.
mean
for
the length of the truck, or do you mean?
I know the difference between width and length, sir. I asked a question. He tried to answer it. He's referred it to the traffic guy. Is there anything else you want to testify to?
I just asked for clarification, that's all. You don't have to be rude to me.
I'm not rude to you at all. Trust me. I know rude, and I've seen rude. You haven't seen rude from me.
I do want to thank everybody here because you have been incredibly well behaved, and with that, it's you know, thanks for going back. You know, please go back to that behavior, and we'll let these guys fight it out for now. Thank you, and hopefully we don't have to do that either, so we could keep moving along.
Yep. I think that's all the questions I have. You have any more?
Can you tell me the fencing type that you do have on the site plans?
I do not believe we have a specific type on the plans. It is generally up to the owner what they want to put on there, whether it's chain link or a split rail fence with wire on it.
The last set of plans that I saw showed chain link, and it's just not allowed in the historic, in the adaptive reuse zone. So I just wanted to make that comment that, like, the plans that I have show chain link fence, and it says that there's no fencing plan. So I was worried about seeing a fencing plan, since there's notes that say that you're not doing stuff like on the easements, and it's hard to see like where the easements are, so if we could see where like the fencing was going, just to make sure that everything was safe. We've got a lot of steep cliffs, we got a trail, it's,
I know you're going to say there's no question here, so let me make this suggestion, because the concept of a land development plan is for people to point out, or city to point out what might be deficient, and to give the developer an opportunity to cure that or address that. So since it's clear we're not going to finish tonight anyway, it would be very helpful if you just examine whether there is a fence, what fences are proposed within the city of Easton, what is required within the city of Easton, and perhaps be able to then demonstrate that whatever fencing is put in on the plan or being proposed for the plan to be approved by the commission will be in conformity with the city of Easton.
Sure.
and if there is a parcel that's being dedicated to the city, I'd like to make sure that there's a fence there. Like maybe I'm wrong, I think early on, somebody said there was a portion that was gonna be given to Hackett's Park. I might be wrong about that.
One of the resolutions involves a transfer, gifting over of a portion for, I don't remember, yeah.
So that's all gonna be outlined in the developer's agreement.
But the specific of what it is, I believe, was referenced in the proposed resolution.
Yes, that's correct.
Yep, fence post, I was worried about the fence posts in the floodplain, and, covered some of that already, so let me do. In the June 2024 letter, the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission stated that this proposed warehouse greatly surpasses the surrounding development ordinance. It says that large structures should be broken down into smaller volumes to reduce visual impacts. Will there be design changes in the appearance to conform?
I do not believe there's any design changes for that comment, as a recommendation comment, not a requirement.
Do you believe that this massing reflects a traditional urban form in a mixed-use area?
Objection, that's beyond his expertise.
That's fair, that's sustained then. We don't have there's no answer to that question from this person.
Does the facade design include any architectural detailing that reflects the surrounding content?
As far as I know, there's no architectural design for the facade.
Are materials compatible with the adjacent buildings?
That hasn't been planned yet.
Wait, what adjacent buildings?
There's a neighborhood.
What adjacent buildings are you talking about? Please tell us, there's the plan.
There's existing buildings around.
Adjacent?
Are you providing sidewalks, crosswalks, and pedestrian scale lighting?
Where at?
The streets and the drive access up?
So we are providing sidewalks and crosswalks within the parking areas. And we provided, with a trail connection, we provided a sidewalk from, I believe that's 13th Street, with that trail connection up to Wood Avenue and then north alongside the driveway, and a pedestrian crossing, I think it's actually.
Are you putting sidewalks down on the streets to connect the parks and stuff?
Not along the streets, Hackett Avenue and Wood Avenue.
Did Wilson give you a waiver for that?
Correct.
Are you requesting a waiver from us for that?
No, because we provide a sidewalk from 13th Street all the way to the driveway connection and then up to the building. So we provide a sidewalk within Easton from 13th Street up to Wood Avenue.
All the way up to Wood Avenue, okay. Is the parking lot screened with landscaping and fencing?
No fencing, there is landscaping in and around the parking lot.
Is there going to be a buffer provided between the residential and the walking trail? Like between the warehouse and the residential area? Are you putting any buffers in? Like
Can you reword that, please?
are we getting any like buffers? Like you put a buffer in to block one use from another, residential from like,
There is a riparian buffer,
not a
all
riparian
along.
buffer, but,
It would serve the same purpose as a dense tree screen
okay.
that actually would exceed anything in any municipal ordinance I've seen.
Is that on the new set of plans that we don't have yet?
I'm going to object to that constant,
well,
not nasty.
Well, I don't wanna have.
There's a couple of things I think would be really helpful for clarification for everyone. With the question about the plans, what is the last set of plans that the city of Easton has? I mean, I think we should just understand what it is and whether there is something that needs.
You have a portal here, and I've seen it. Every time that Don sends a document in, it goes on the portal. There's pages and pages and pages of the materials that he sent. And you're sitting there saying you don't see it.
You know what? I tell you, if I could declare something on my own, if I could be the premier who sits in Washington, I would say that I don't want anything that when there's a plan, that plan should be on a piece of paper and it should be this big that we could roll out and we could actually read. I cannot read anything coming off of a portal on a small screen. And I don't think it's unreasonable, and the chairman had asked for this some time ago, that they want a real a paper plan that could be spread out and that could be, where you could see the entire thing and you don't have to magnify it to get to the different sections and to read the distances. So I'm asking the staff, just to clarify this, that's all I wanted to do.
The last set of plans we have on here have a date of 4/1/2023.
Okay, and the question is, has that plan been updated with respect to things that have happened here that we should have in front of us? Because what are we approving? I mean, are the things that's been testified to?
These were the last set of plans submitted on the special exception, right?
That's the original date of the plans?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have a revision up top.
There's revision.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right, so the revision on here is 3/20/25.
Okay, so the 3/20/25 plan, we look at that, if any member looks at that plan where it's in the portal, wait, Dwayne, we don't have there is no big copy that anybody can look at?
When were they updated?
No, everything, so these plans were submitted for the special exception.
Okay.
And so we have the option to have everything electronically just because it makes it easier, so you don't have sets of plans laying around and getting thrown out and wasting paper. I mean, we can have them submit a hard copy.
I mean, that's a matter of whether the commission, I thought was once requested that.
Does that set have 59 pages to it?
Hold on, okay, give me a second.
And are the Northampton County soils comments on there?
So I'm not gonna be able to look them, because they're so big, it just keeps closing out on me, on my iPhone.
The 39 sheet is a special exception plans, isn't it?
I forget the page numbers because we have multiple plan sets. We have joint permit plan sets. We have DEP NPDS plan sets,
Why are there so
PCSN.
many different plans? I think that's
Because there's so many different reviewing agencies.
The plan that the planning commission is being asked to approve
Is the land development.
is the land development plan, and that's from 2023?
That's the original date.
Okay,
of
and
the plan.
it's been updated, it's been revised and updated as of,
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can make sure, I can get a print copy for each one of the planning commission members.
that would really be good, because in all, the commission knows what they have to do. I've talked about it, what the rules are, and it would just be so much easier to be able to confirm all that, to confirm that that items that have been discussed, that's in this book, are all shown on the plan, because that's ultimately what their job is to approve. is that plan with, and these permits and everything else are things that are often noted on the plan as having been provided or fulfilled, and see what, if anything, is missing.
I thought that's the staff's job and the zoning officer's job to do that, to review the plans for the little nitty-gritty things that Ms. Wagner is talking about.
And that's the first line of review. And the final line of review is the planning commission, who can come up and raise issues, as did the special, as has the special exception issue came up through questions of the community in that particular case.
Are you serious?
Am I serious?
Yeah. I'll withdraw that, but go ahead.
That's why I asked the question about the zoning permit initially, and the fact that it expired. I only asked that question because it means it has to be reapplied for. And I understand what you're saying, but people don't know when permits are issued, and they only have 30 days to file an appeal if they feel the staff made a mistake in issuing it. I'm not saying they did, but I just wanted to get an idea of whether that appeal, whether that zoning permit is viable as of this moment, and it appears it's not. That's why I asked the question at the time. The other question that I have, just for clarification purposes, and it really gets down to the essence of some of the concerns or issues in general, and this came out in May, and you weren't here at that time, in all fairness to you, but there was an effort to try to define the warehouse project itself. We know there's no, I mean, the testimony at times, there's no identified user, but there was representations made that this was going to be for a fulfillment center. There was a definition connected with the use itself. And I don't know if that's, because we don't have a record of what happened there, we're picking it up from there. I wonder if there could be a reaffirmation as to what the specific project is.
I think what you're talking about, I think, been through this now many times, there are a number of different ITE, Institute of Traffic Engineers, classifications in this big thing of warehouse, distribution, storage. The words are all over the place. I believe that that's been addressed in the traffic report, and I believe that we will address. Yeah, Ian's telling me.
So we'll have definition of the type of use, because
we can, from the traffic point of view, yes.
Well, it's somewhere in there. I just think it's going to be important that we have a clarification on that aspect, and just another clarification on some of the questions that were asked here. This is a land development plan. When it comes down to the final details of the building itself, that's going to be addressed by an application for a building permit, and some of those issues or concerns that were raised should be raised or should be addressed at that point in time. So the building itself, the physical building structure itself, is not really the issue in the land development plan, other than the fact that the land development has to be suitable for this size project.
Agreed.
Okay.
And there's a whole lot of subsidiary issues. The drainage, the stormwater, all of the things inside the building are all building permit issues.
And I just wanted to clarify that too, because some of the questions I think was going into that direction, and I want to keep focused on this aspect.
I agree with you.
It's part of Saldo. It says like developers are encouraged to incorporate green roof, solar panels, low impact development techniques. Have any of these been incorporated?
That would be a building construction item and not part of what we've planned.
Are you aware that design requirements may be conditioned for approval with a special exception?
Yes.
Wait.
There's no special, design can be part of a special exception request, but this is not a special exception request, except for the riparian issues in the floodplain, which will be addressed, really, it was addressed by this panel and will be addressed in finality by the zoning hearing board.
Agreed. And the special exception for the floodplain does not encompass conditions about the design of the building.
Yes, it does.
Well,
That's not the law.
you know, we definitely should debate tonight because
You're right.
the zoning hearing board gets that privilege.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
In the deeds, there was a note in there that says like you can't landlock our parcels. Was that taken into consideration?
In what?
In the deeds, it said do not landlock the parcels. Was that taken into consideration?
What's in private documents is beyond the
It
scope.
wasn't in a private document. It said.
It's in a deed. The deed.
Planning Commission says if this parcel is gonna be done, it can't be, like, it made a reference to not landlocking the parcels. So.
What are you talking about?
The deed had certain private restrictions. I think I already commented that would be a private cause of action and really.
No, like it says something specific about, like, if parcel, like, it said the driveway access, you're not allowed to do something, like, this application is removing all of the roads from Easton, we don't have any road access.
Well, then there's an issue of do you need, for land development approval, do you need road access from the city of Easton? That would be the appropriate question.
It's a year and a half in, and that question, I think that staff has already answered that. I can't believe that we're now talking, after all this time, of where the roads are.
Well, it's an easy, if we need to clarify, it's an easy enough question to get an answer to.
Well, I think that Ms. Wagner ought to talk to staff about all these questions instead of taking everybody's time to try and find some little thing that she can hang her hat on.
I believe she's acting in good faith. She has questions, and I believe she's talked to staff. But is there a question about that? I mean, does it need an access?
So if that was looked at by the engineering department, and that was their determination.
That it wasn't necessary?
Yes, that would have been brought up by the engineering department. I can't speak for them because that's not in my purview.
Okay.
Because there is a section in there that specifically says the planning commission made some kind of recommendation to, like, it says the Easton Planning Commission, it's on the deed. That's what I was asking about.
Oh.
Yeah,
I may have it.
I don't have it with me, but.
Well, go ahead if you. I'll see if I can find that.
Let's move on.
I'm sorry, the road is in the isn't the road
It's
in
in
the
Wilson.
location that it's been done, or is it different?
It's been there. It's been in Wilson Borough. It's just at the edge of the line.
Whatever it is, it's an existing
Do you think this
condition.
project meets the definition of traditional neighborhood development?
Don't answer that question.
In the adaptive reuse zone, mass and scale must create a harmonious streetscape. What features or reasoning behind your design do you believe this conforms?
I'm going to direct them not to answer the question.
And when the planning commission, I'll just keep asking questions. Well, unless you want an explanation of why I'm asking, I'd be glad to give it to you.
Well, that could actually wait to deliberations.
Yeah, don't ask your question.
Have you applied the entire context of regulations, which include definitions, design standards, and plan requirements with your submission?
I'm going to object. The staff has reviewed the completeness of the application, and you have.
There's two parts.
No, there's not two parts.
We're the filter. There's two parts.
I will rest on the fact that we have the approval of the planning department and the zoning department as to compliance with the zoning ordinance.
There's a filter. Would you say that this is a walkable neighborhood mixed use? or an isolated industrial sprawl? Pick one.
Objection.
Let me get,
This gotta stop.
these questions are related to what standards?
They were, like, this was a reference from Lehigh Valley Planning Commission.
Okay, so those were those were suggestions of the LVPC and not mandatory?
Non-mandatory, and that question was,
It says walkable, our ordinance says that it needs to be a walkable neighborhood mixed use.
Okay, again, that ultimately, if we do not direct this question, if it's a legitimate point where it's a failure on the DeSaldo, it would be a legitimate reason for discussion during deliberation.
How long are we gonna go here? I'm tired.
I would suggest that we at least finish off with the witness and any questions the commission has, and it is 10:35.
When did you submit the application,
Which application?
the zoning application?
Off the top of my head, I couldn't say. It's been a while.
When was the building rotated?
Early on in our process, we go through concepts to see what fits on the site, what's appropriate for how we can make it work.
Did our city engineer reevaluate the plans before and after, especially when the contours were added?
The rotation you're talking about, that they did not see the before. Those are internal kind of concept plans that we run through alternates to make the site work. That was referenced, I think, in that environmental impact assessment. And with regards to your questions on the Lehigh Valley Planning Commission, after the May 7th testimony that we provided, we did upload a point-by-point response to the entire LVPC letter. So that is included on the uploads, because you made it a point that you wanted to see a response to that. So we did provide that.
Do you have visual renderings to provide to us so that we could see how it integrates into the surrounding areas?
I believe we provided those previously.
No, we don't. We haven't really seen anything. Like the company that was here before you, like they brought, some nice renderings and showed what it's going to look like in the neighborhood. We don't.
Okay.
Well, let me ask another question. At the last meeting, I said, how tall is this building? And I was told between 40 and 60 feet. Has that changed?
No.
The plans say that the building is going to be 100 feet tall right now.
what did you just say?
The building, like the last set of plans that I saw, say the building is 100 feet tall. So I'm just questioning as to why we were not informed as it being 100 feet tall.
Do you have any idea what she's talking about?
No, I'll have to look at the plan.
We don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Can you look and go to your title page on there and zoom in to show us what it says?
This is a single page right here, just for the exhibit.
Does it depict the height?
No.
I don't know.
It says
You can zoom in on the building.
The height is determined by the zoning ordinance.
We'll be compliant with the zoning ordinance.
We'll be compliant.
Well, I have questions about that. So, like, after it got changed and we were told, so there hasn't been a meeting since. I asked how tall the building was. I was told 40 to 60. Now it's 100. Nobody got to discuss that.
It's
allowed, but I'm worried about when the fire department inspected it afterwards.
What's
They
the
did not
evidence
know.
that it's 100 feet?
Give me 1 second.
I really think that Ms. Wagner ought to recuse herself. There's not a way in the world that she can make
Because
an
I'm worried
unbiased
about the
decision.
fire department. When the fire department inspected, like they gave an approval based on a 40 to 60 foot building. Now the plans say it's 100. Why
show
is that
us where
ridiculous?
this
I'm
100 is.
getting it. You're here with your plans that I don't have, and I've got to.
Well, you're the
I
one
have to
that's
show
saying
you.
it's 100
Show
feet.
me on your.
All right, everybody, let's just take 5 minutes to see if Ms. Wagner can find the document that she was looking at that causes her to believe it's 100 feet tall. Because one of the key things that is completely legitimate to look at is what exactly did the different reviewing bodies look at when they sent their letters of approval. If anything has changed, I have no way to judge that.
I really think that this is as bad faith as I've ever seen. Ms. Wagner could have, after all this time that this has been going on, she could have asked these questions to staff, and she didn't.
Well, we don't know that. There's no testimony here as to what's been going on behind the scenes. And in addition to which, the members have, what do the members of the commission have to look at if they want to question themselves the different forms? There's the portal and all those documents, and basically, Ms. Wagner saying, I went through the portal, I went through the documents, and something.
I didn't hear her say she went through the portal.
She's gone through the portal.
And back.
Mr. Chair,
I went through it twice.
so on the original zoning application,
Yes,
the maximum height of the building is 65 feet.
yes.
That's what's
Okay.
on the zoning
So,
application.
so the only question is there some other document that caused,
Can you pull up the plans?
that caused Ms.
And
Wagner?
they're too big.
I can speak to this quickly here.
Yes,
The Wilson Borough zoning ordinance would allow a 100-foot building. So under the zoning block on the cover page for Wilson Borough, it says the required building height is to be between 200 and 100 feet. And we provided that it'll be less than 100. That is it.
oh,
So the 65 feet on the zoning application would be correct for what the city of Easton needs. This is
So-
just
so
a
the-
Wilson Borough saying that we are compliant with their
okay,
zoning.
so the testimony tonight, which is under oath, is that this is 65 feet, which is consistent with what the planning director has indicated that shows on the plan is 65 feet. So I think we have to accept that
I think I can see from right here, it says proposed 100. I can see from right here. It's so tiny, but I can see it. It says proposed 100.
Less than 100.
And is that in Wilson Borough?
Yes.
I can't.
That is Wilson
Oh,
Borough.
building height 20 to 100 feet.
And
s-
it'll be less than 100.
Adaptive reuse zone, City of Easton.
Proposed, it says 100 feet. That's where the 100 feet comes from. If you look at the very last line,
Building height.
it says the required in adaptive reuse is 20 to 100, so 100 is the cap.
We will be
And you says under 100 is, the 100 is a little thing that says less than 100. It doesn't,
But that's what it's saying under the proposed line. So if you see building height.
okay.
less than 100.
100.
We're going to be compliant. I believe at the time that we filled this out, we didn't have a set building height.
And that's where I talk about having a plan that shows everything that we're looking at for approval
In readable scale.
at this point in time.
So not so crazy. Apologize.
No, like anybody who spent this much time going into this, and I commend you for that, is somewhat.
Amazing.
What, everybody want to take a break, or you want me to keep going?
Well, Mr. Shipman wants to take a long break.
I do have a lot more other good, like genuine questions. Like there's a lot. I haven't seen the plans, and I would.
Sorry, I didn't mean.
When was demo? Did you ever get a demo permit?
I think it was before us.
Yeah, that would have been on aerials is just a blank building. There was another building in Wilson that would.
Is that your testimony that all the buildings were taken down before?
As far as I know, all the buildings within the city of Easton were taken down prior to my involvement with this application.
So
I know there was a building in Wilson that still
you
stood.
didn't have to get any building permits. Can you tell me why the plans say that there's still like at least one building in Easton that says to be removed, but it's not there already? So did you at least get a building permit for that one?
A demolition permit.
Demolition
have that.
permit?
That would be outside of my permitting contract.
I read through like the geotechnical report and like all of the reports, and buildings are still listed as being there, and then now they're not. So like I don't understand like why there's not
Is it building or building foundations? Because I know some of the building foundations still
there's
sit
not
there.
clarity, you know, with like what's
This have
going on.
to do
I don't know, we,
Because the
You're
building's
so far off the track.
well,
It has nothing to do with what his testimony was.
I agree there. The thing is, by giving Ms. Wagner the opportunity to ask these questions, it's less likely that she would, if she has an answer to that, to say, I disapprove because if there's a section, a corresponding section to the saldo, that this has not been
Why doesn't
done
she
properly.
give us a list of all of these questions, and we'll try to answer them instead of keeping everybody
Well, I
here.
thought the same thing with the show that you wanted to put on today. If we would have had the plans, we would have been like I wouldn't have all of the.
You have had
could have answered
every-
all of my.
You've had every plan.
Sir, I did not have the plans. None of us here literally did
But
not
that's
have the
not-
plans.
We've done what we're required to do time and time again. Why are you blaming us if the process doesn't give you that? Why didn't you go to staff?
I think it would
and
be
ask for
I think it would be ideal if we had a printed set of plans, at least one printed set of plans, for us to be able to refer to.
So going forward, I'll make sure every member for every land development will get a hard copy. And I would also make on the shared file, every land development plan will have its own folder with every attachment that they give us, so that you have access to absolutely everything that's there. And then you can go over all the documents, and you'll have a hard copy of the actual plan in hand so that you can review it.
We can only squint so much.
Hmm?
We can only squint so much.
Well, I mean, that's where electronic ones come in handy, because then you can zoom in.
I had to get a big screen and blow it up before I could see it.
What you know,
Anyway.
as a middle ground to that, because procedurally it would save it would be a good process, I believe, or easier for the commissioners. The commissioners should speak for themselves. I know that's good for me. If I was representing a client, I do much better with a paper copy to look at. But I think what's not a bad idea is when a plan is submitted initially, the very, very beginning, if the commission could be given an idea, these plans are pending, this is what it's involved. It involves a 4-unit apartment house. I don't know that they need the plans in the portal. If it involves the project, the condominium project, maybe yes, that they would ask for it. But I would think then if the commissioners got an early look at what plans are in your incubator, or what projects are in your incubator, and the clock is really beginning to run because it's at a serious stage, that the commissioners can take a look at and say, you know what, we could really use a couple weeks prior to our actual initial meeting, ABC, hard copies or whatever. That would be the best way. Don't do it for everything. Let them get an idea and be able to screen it out.
How much blasting does this project require?
Can you say that again?
How much blasting does this project require?
I do not know.
Did you not read the geotechnical report?
I have read through some of it. I have read through all portions of it. There are some portions.
Who
that-
prepares the geotechnical report?
Wait a minute. If you know the answer because you read the geotechnical report, then why did you ask him the question?
Because I don't want an I don't know answer.
Do you know?
Yeah, I do know.
Well, this is just.
So I don't
bad
understand.
faith.
This
It's
is what I
just
don't
bad
understand.
faith.
Like I don't understand like how you don't know. Like just answer the question.
That's
Are
not-
you blasting right now because it's all over social media with everybody? You know.
Well, there would the only way the question would be legitimate if it was a matter of the credibility of the witness. I would suggest that we don't need to test the credibility of the witness there. But I also want to say that because you say it's bad faith and as a buzzword, does not make any of this bad faith. I believe this is in the highest.
If you turn this plan down, some judge will decide whether this member of the planning commission is acting in good faith.
And perhaps give her a medal for the effort that's being made, because truthfully, these are questions that just look for answers, and the answers may all be there, but and there's been clarity on a number of the points that she had already that will make them non-questions now.
How many hours more of questions do you have, Ms. Wagner?
It really
Well-
doesn't matter. Mr. Kaplan, I would make one request of you. Could you please remind us of the areas of each of the witnesses that are upcoming so that we can make sure that as we're asking questions, we're asking the right person?
Well, you know what Don is.
Yep.
Jeff Smith is our environmental geologist, took care of the Act Two, has, I think, all the information about how the Act Two will be implemented. You know that there's a 200-foot differential on height in this property, and part of the plan and part of the Act Two plan is to, I don't know whether it's blasting, but there will be earth moving, and that earth moving will come and it will level out.
I appreciate that. What I asked for was, who's going to be talking about what subjects?
Jeff Smith's going to be talking about the environmental.
Thank you.
Ben Mueller is going to talk about sound, and Ian is going to talk about
Traffic.
traffic.
We'll talk to Ian next.
Well, the question
Who are
is,
you to tell?
the question is, yeah, the order of witnesses can be yours. The sound guy should have been the first, only because we wanted to get that off the agenda. But that's your choice how you want to do it. My question is whether at this hour, because this is actually longer than I thought, although we didn't get as far as I thought, should we be continuing to October?
I'd like to know how many more questions we have of this witness to be able to complete this process.
That's a good question. I
could skip through. I mean, I have a lot of.
Would you provide those questions to us so we can prepare any plans?
Wait.
The plans say demo to be done, and I know that could be in reference to blasting until it says asbestos in demo.
But wait a second, that's
that's
not
the-
answering my question.
Oh.
My question is, how many more direct questions do we have of this witness? And I'm thinking specifically on the testimony that he's given.
I'm happy to, to stop asking some questions. I could go through to see if there was
Well,
anything that were.
you won't get a chance to ask him any further questions because I think we'll move on to other witnesses at some point. So
Okay.
are you finished with questions of this witness?
My other concerns are like just some of the notes that should be on the plans, like to be like referencing like.
Well, that's why the best thing we can do is if we get the plans, if we get the hard copy in the next 2 weeks,
Updated.
and we could, and you could get a chance to look at it, you could go through the checklist, and we could, and if there are things that are incomplete, my suggestion would be that we notify staff, let staff deal with the applicant, and see if we could correct it, because the process here is not gamesmanship. It's a matter of reviewing the plan.
I disagree with that.
That's not, you disagree that the process is not supposed to be
I
gamesmanship?
absolutely disagree with
Oh,
that. But
you're,
it
so
doesn't-
you're,
but
are
it
you saying
doesn't
you're
matter.
playing games?
Pardon me?
Are you suggesting you are playing games?
No, I'm not playing.
I am suggesting to you that we just want to get to the bottom line of some questions, and if we have that clarity, it may make things go a lot better and a lot more focused, and that's all I'm suggesting, and we see that a big question mark here is what is actually physically on some of the plans, and are they addressed? And what I was suggesting is that if we do find deficiencies that are identified, that we let you know about it and see if it's something you agree should be corrected, which is, I believe, what we're supposed to be doing in a land development review. Now, you're saying everything was perfect, everything is fine, and there is no way that you could come up with anything.
No, that's
And I'm-
not,
okay.
not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying that there is a process, and the process is review by outside agencies, by your consultants, by your staff, and these permits that we've talked about were issued months and months and months ago. And if there were really legitimate questions about whether this is complete or not, then they should have been raised with staff, or they should have been raised with us. But this is nothing but a filibuster by Ms. Wagner.
Well,
I know you disagree, she's your client, but this is a filibuster if I've ever seen one. She couldn't even answer Dr. Green's question of how many more questions does she have? Oh, I got a ton of more questions.
Well, there are a lot of like questions that I'm concerned about. Like some things say one thing and another says another, so I would just wanted to have it clarified. But they're not that big of a deal because once I get the plans, some of this stuff might be fixed.
Why didn't you ask for the plans before tonight?
So give me your telephone number.
Why?
I'll
I
call
asked you a
and ask
question.
you for them.
You did this 3 weeks ago. Why didn't you ask for a
We
set
were
of
told
plans?
that we weren't allowed to discuss other stuff. This is the first time since the last meeting that we're actually able to ask.
So then why didn't you ask for a set of plans since May?
I did.
yeah, I was under the impression that we did ask for that. But just to be clear, the last meeting we had on the land development plan was May 7. So we have had no other meetings, and we had the special exception request. This is the first time that you're involved with this particular process in the land development request. And we did have a long meeting on May 7th.
And I do recall asking for plans at that time. Personally.
Who did you ask them for? Who did you
The
ask?
gentleman who was here before you came here to represent the client.
Very funny.
I'm hilarious.
Well, we're gonna have another.
I think we can all just take a chill pill. Let's just get through this. Let's just get through this. No more personal attacks. Let's just get through this.
I'm trying to get through it. So I've asked, and speaking of filibusters, you joined in on it. So you've lengthened this. We're at 10:52. I'd like to find a way to bring us to some closure. Okay, I'm asking for a little forbearance while I get an answer to a question. Do you have a certain number of questions for this particular witness?
No, I'm done.
If we don't, then it seems to me that is a appropriate time for a pause, because the next step would be for you to call another witness. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Doing so at this hour doesn't seem to be useful to me.
I'd like to, but I agree with you.
And I would also say for both of us, I think for both sides, I think as has been said already, having the plans for whenever that should have been, whatever it is, may get us to the questions being a little bit more focused and specific. I will let you know that your examination also took a long time tonight. So maybe both sides can work on condensing that, because if we don't, at our next meeting on October 15th, we're not going to get through more than one other witness.
Mr.
And
Chairman. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And so I'm asking for both sides. Now, if you want to argue with me and somebody else wants to argue with me, we can stay here till 1 o'clock. I don't care. I'm just saying, I think some focus by both sides may help us make this a little bit more streamlined.
So just so you have the context from which we are operating, we came here with the special exception application, where we had every permit and approval, and you uniformly turned us down, and you gave a lot of undefined reasons of why you were turning us down. That said to us, we have to come back and we have to demonstrate with papers and testimony that this plan complies. Because what we saw when you turned us down, and we have that resolution, was I think it was totally and completely improper, and that's why I made my little speech about you're in an adjudicatory posture, you're not in a planning commission, and I think that was just such an example of not doing the right thing. So, yes, I did put on a long presentation, and I'm going to put on the rest of it, so that when we get to court after you turn us down, the judge will say the same thing that Judge Dally said the other day.
So you're making suppositions about how we'll decide. You came before us at the beginning of last time and said, this is just about a special exception. So whatever happened there has no bearing on what's happening here. So wait a second, I didn't interrupt you.
Go ahead.
And you said it was an adjudicatory process. When we do that, you don't interrupt the adjudicators. So just hang back a little bit. I'm trying to get some focus. And if you want to argue with me about that and I understand why you're doing what you're doing. I'm telling you, you want to get through this, the people up here have every right to ask questions. And so then you're going to have to deal with our questions just like we have to deal with listening to the full amount of testimony, not all of which is relevant to some of the concerns that people have here. So we'll see. Hopefully next time we can be a little bit faster.
And Mr. Kaplan, I just want you to appreciate that what the chairman said. The presentation was longer than anticipated, but I respected the fact that there really was no record on May 7th. It means the whole time frame takes longer because we really started over in a real sense. And as far as, so everybody understands when you're referencing Judge Daly and bad faith, there was a Palmer Township case that came out a few weeks ago. I read it. It's very different from this case because that case went 15 years. So you have a lot of history there, and you do have an election of individuals and supervisors who decide the case. None of these commissioners are elected people. They have been very, very good in the 22 years I've sat with them for them to be very independent of everyone with respect to staff, administration. They truly look at this independently and take their jobs very, very seriously, and they will listen to everything that's presented. And whatever you saw at the special exception, these were legitimate, good faith comments by the members, but we've reiterated what our standards are for the land development plan. And that's why I just want clarity, and we'll do things one by one. We don't need.
Joel, I hope you're right. I hope that what Dr. Green said is right. I hope that my impression that I got from your recommendation about the special exception is wrong, and I hope that this board, this commission, will look at the law and all the permits and all of the approvals and do the right thing. We'll answer all your questions, but
there will be questions by the. I don't want all these people here to think that they won't have their right and an opportunity to present information. Although you should listen to Mr. Shipman if he's still awake at what he said earlier. Would make my job a lot easier.
I heard what he said at the end of the last hearing. I'm going to try and hold him to it.
Oh, that's okay. I'll explain to him. Okay, so do you want to? Yes.
Yeah. We'll move.
I turn back to the chair. The record stays open.
The record stays open per the agreement that has been already made between.
As far as the waiver of time.
Correct. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second.
We're continuing.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
October 15th.
Thank you, everyone.
And
You can't even carry this shit. Good night. Safe travels.
Oh, my wife's going to kill me. Well, maybe I can get her to move it a little bit.
Chairman of an arbitration, like a judge, but it works one side and one side and the other one.
They know. I did. Yeah, they know. They know what they're doing. Yeah.
Carl, for some reason, my screen is inputs something or other.
I just have a lot of concerns. Like, I want to read with right,
Thank you for your work tonight.
Oh, of course. Thank you for your time.
over every everything, and yep. Thank you.
Please don't yell at me. I can't be yelled at anymore.
No problem.
So, like, I do some of this all day long, so it's not like I'm pouring through some of it. Like, I do it, so it's easy for me to, like, flag some stuff. Yeah, I just reckon the plans that I see plans all the time, so some of the details just aren't right. Like, and I just don't understand. Like, these guys are professionals, so I don't understand, like, why they're not stamping some things or doing some things the way they are. It doesn't really make sense.
I hate portals. Did I make that clear? I can't see anything.
Thank you for the binders. They're heavy.
Oh, I know.
And I appreciate you wrestling them through.
I'm dragging them all over the
Okay.
I know.
Dude, I know you got.
Yeah, if they hadn't had, I would have my questions gone. Like, it's hard to not have plans.
And you'd be surprised. There are things.
Thank you. I don't understand what we're supposed to do without them. Thank you.
Enlighten to me. Let the process. Go through.
What questions? The questions.
There are elements.
Um,
There are elements that were
No.
explained based upon
Yeah,
questions
no.
that you
yeah, no.
were enlightened
That all gotta get legal.
and helpful for your case.
Glad.
So you gotta just relax. Let us go through the process.
Yeah, you know what? We'll see what they do. I got all of that bullshit. I got all of that bullshit on a record for it.
I said to Bill, I said, this is incredible. Any judge that hears of this laugh, this is a joke. He said, what is Mark doing to these questions? I said, these aren't questions. How many pieces of gum did you eat today? Well, I heard you ate one.
Are you still beating your wife? That's the classic question. Are you still beating your wife? Are you sure you want to be involved in this? Imagine what she's going to do to you.
No, I'm okay. It'll be yours is more practice than me.
Chief, Chief, thank you. They're waiting for me outside. As soon as you go down the back door, they're gonna get me. Holy cow. Have a good night. Thank you. I hope you weren't too bored.
I thought it was a council meeting. I don't have here until like 8. Welcome to the process. Have a great night. Cheers.
Very nice.
This ring me gonna love that bar. That's that.
Every Wednesday. I have 100 people. Somebody misbehaves. I'm supposed to kick them out? You know? Well, I didn't think of it. The administrators above me are public safety when you have a lot of people in a room. And that's just, I can say this. Special session. The one guy who's volunteering to pay for our defenses, remember the guy got up and said, I'll pay for your defense, don't worry, you know. What did he say? He was so off the wall.